honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Blessings, 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 people. Kevin Day, I laugh off of me, you know. I'll cut him off, you know. Me talk to you. Come on. Ah, yes. Yes, my people. Can you hear me? Because I've been having problems with my microphone all week. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Give me a signal, my people. Talk to me, family. Bless up on yourself, Rex, Jim Master, Sharon Cole, Elaine, Marcia. Can you? Oh, Juliet. All right. Yeah, Sharon. Yeah, everybody can hear me. Good, 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 good. All right. Listen. Um, we have an exciting show this evening. Let me bring in Prezi and here we go. Prezi and where you there? So there's a break. Yeah, Kevin. Kevin there. I mean my laugh off, man. I mean Kevin a laugh off, you know. Let me say welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube with yours truly. Will a Rebel Rattigan. Another great week and another great program in store for you. Today, Prime Minister Andrew Holness's statutory declarations for the period 2019 to 2022 and his behavior will come under scrutiny. And at the end, you will get a chance to deliberate his innocence or guilt in a novel trial slash discussion format that we have devised. You know, we're not. It's a trial, but it's also a discussion. We'll relax the rules of evidence and procedure and all of that stuff. So we'll just make a presentation. We'll talk, and then at the end, we'll ask you how you feel about it. You know, so that's going to be good. Um, Tonight's edition of Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio will feature smooth, sensual soul music from the 60s and 70s. For the mature audience members, you will reminisce. For the younger audience members like Prezi, who are not from, well, I shouldn't say that, Prezi familiar with that music, who are not familiar with this music, tonight will be an insight and education into a genre that played a significant role in Jamaica's culture and music. So please tune in at midnight tonight on Reggae Global Radio and just relax with the Rebel. Gentlemen, welcome, 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 welcome. Prezi, I hope you get over the bug and you're all right because I miss you, my brother. I haven't spoken to you and I haven't seen you for almost 2 weeks now, I think. Yeah, because you were gone last.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
absolutely. Yeah, I think I'm about 93% there. So I'm getting
90,
there. I'm getting there.
text me, I said 98, so you know 93.
No, maybe
It's been
that's
a
a
long
typo.
day.
I 93, a typo. But I'm good though, and I've been getting some rest. And I hope you have been getting some rest too, because I know why you think you're Superman, but I've been getting some rest. One thing happened this week, unbelievably. I went to bed before 5 p.m. and I slept until about 7 a.m. the next morning. And I tell you, I woke up feeling like I was 10 years younger. Rest is good,
Hmm?
Will, so you gotta get some.
Yeah,
No,
but
I can't do that.
14 hours?
Mash up. If I do that, I mash up for days, man. No,
Mr.
can't do
14, Mr. The sweetest thing, Kevin. Sweetest thing. You have to look
Yeah.
younger now. Me look younger now. Man, I tell you, you gotta try it, Will. You gotta try it.
spirit. That's the spirit is there. You know what I mean? That's the spirit is there, and that's a good thing. Give me one of your word.
Mm. Well, I see somebody put up Mr. 110 miles per hour just now. Funny enough, I had an accident yesterday. Um, Driving nowhere near 110 miles per hour, but my car is feeling it right now, and I'm feeling it for my car. But outside of that, we have life. Nobody was injured. The other vehicle barely has a dent. Um, Person in front of him stopped suddenly. He stopped suddenly. I hit my brake, slid straight across into him coming down a slight incline, slid right into the back of his car. Cops came and said, "Oh, There's nothing wrong, but he was looking at the back of my car. And the other guy said, no, you need to look at the front. And he goes, oh, right.
Oh, no, we
But
should have the car now, Kevin, because when I saw it yesterday, instantly I said, no, Kevin
mm,
is not the hospital. And that's why I'm texting and say, hey, you're all right, you know? And he
yeah,
said,
yeah, yeah. It,
car.
believe it or not, it's because of the height of the vehicle, and my car kind of went under it, so the hood is just crumpled. It's
Well,
I
thank
can show you all a picture later.
all right. Hey, look, prayers for Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, my P, big up yourself. You're up on vacation, in a undisclosed location. Go and enjoy yourself. Michelle, go and take care of her for me there. Ma Jean, big up yourself. Uncle Molton, we need to talk. Mildred, Marcia, Desmond, Joanna Marie, get well soon. Prayers in abundance. Edmaster, Paul, Sassidi, Mrs. Nelson, Bob D'Souza, my brother. Barry, big up yourself. Get well soon too. Bunny Jump, stay so. Mr. Baxter. Well, brethren, me know you vex with me because I'm supposed to call you. I promise I'm going to call you, but I promise you I'll call you before Monday, this Monday. All right? Angela, hold me to the promise. And of course, last but not least, my brethren, fittest, the hardest dread. Big up yourself. Big up our ambassadors and supporters. Big up our hard-working producer, Joan. She's a righteous soul who is forever faithful to the cause. And can't thank her enough. Today's presentation, we'll put out the disclaimer. The opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only. And it's not endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host, because I'm sure people are going to have things to say, you know, so we have to put it out there. Now, today we will be doing something that we've never done on this program. That is, we will examine only one issue. Now, a lady sent me a video about the trials and tribulations that our family and friends or people are facing in St. Elizabeth due to Beryl. Aid has not reached them yet. I promised her I'd put it up today, but please forgive me. I'll do it next week. We just want to focus on this one thing. Yeah. You know me, I say, I know you understand. And that one issue is the Prime Minister's unverified statutory declarations. As you are aware, the ICs, that's the Integrity Commission, their reports regarding the Prime Minister's statutory declarations were tabled in Parliament a few days ago. And guess what? His statutory declarations are still unverified. And they give plenty of reasons why they will remain unverified. And given what we now know, it's an open question as to whether they will ever be verified, because some of these transactions, there is no reasonable explanation, none under the sun. So the Prime Minister today is having a town hall meeting in the Bronx, the Lehman Center. I have my ticket, but I'm gonna be prudent about the travel and just stay home and just broadcast to all of the people, all of the family. Just go over the report, because it's 177 pages, and then there's another report that's 16 pages, and then there's another one that's 2 pages. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading, and so I know a lot of you depend on us to read and digest the thing and then disseminate it to you, and that's fine. That's why we're here. Creative mindset might call it FBI. Jack wants a good choice. Don't go, right? Yeah. What about money laundering? Hey, hold on a second before we go any further. You know that somebody had the audacity to say that I am part of a group planning to assassinate the Prime Minister. Somebody said that. Somebody said that, but we'll
It
leave that.
wasn't me.
Well, it wasn't you, Shaggy, right? A Shaggy. So,
Yeah,
so we
yeah.
just let's sleep in. Like we won't go any further with that. But people, they have some crazies out there that they'll say all manner of evil. They'll say all kinds of big up yourself, Jeffrey Tavares, Mr. Boom V. Yeah. Anthony G. Yeah, Anthony G. So that's one of the reasons why me just say, you know what? But I'm starting some suburban in front of my house, a park. some Mr. One this morning with everything, the windows them tinted, so I guess them probably I look for see if me I'll go up on the move, but no. But they're right there, so. So that's where we are. Family, due to technical issues at the bank, and I was on the phone with them last night for quite a while. Due to those issues at the bank and a major change in the way we accept donations on our website, we will not be accepting donations until further notice. Let me repeat. We will not be accepting donations until further notice. So please don't send the money now to the, Zelle it through the email or anything. Just hold on your money. All right. Because we have some issues right now. We have to straighten them out. And Prezi and I, and our producer, we're working on straightening out some things. We should be up and running before next program. But we should see. Prezi will probably give insight to this. So we hope to completely for our fundraiser. And I say fundraiser, I should have balled it out loud. Like how I said, Kevin Stew. So we have a fundraiser coming up. It will take place on Sunday, October 6th. We'll with everything in order so that you can start the convictions on Sunday, October 2024. On that date, on Reggae Global Radio, there will be an epic musical battle between Kevin Where You There versus the Renegade Who No Afraid. We ain't lonesome. And as mentioned, the event will be broadcasted on Reggae Global Radio from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. It's a Sunday. Again, Sunday, October 6th. Scheduled to appear are celebrities. Our celebrities. But like I said it last night. Well, but everybody's a star. So we have our own celebrities around this kind of year. Scheduled to appear are our celebrities, such as the musical messiah, Glamour Wayne, Isaac Buchanan, Prezi, Jeffrey Tavares, and Jamaica Walk By. I don't know who him is, right? Very, very popular young man. Family, you and the panel of celebrities will judge the clash. And I promise you, there will be no bias in the judging. Wink, wink, wink. By the way, we support Kevin, and we will assist him if necessary to defeat the giant. We ain't lonesome who want proclaim himself as David when him done already say him a Goliath because him have boxes and boxes and him have warehouses of dubs. And all of a sudden now, him start quail up and I say, no, me a David, me a David. You're not David, sir. You're Goliath. But anyway, him say him no said the five. I think him right. I think him right. Mr. Alonso, two things for you. If you play that soul tune where we talk about, a dead you're dead, because I'm going to mash you up with a wicked response. So that soul tune you play about 10 days ago, think twice before you play it. Because if you play it, you're done. That's a number one. And number two, remember what Glamour Wayne said to you, Him say, and Kevin did up on the line too, when him say it. Him say, because you did a brag about your boxes and boxes of dubs and this and that. And you play like it a go out of style, like in a nightclub. A phone with the banana talking and him can't stop playing. I remember what Glamour Wayne said. Quote, I know where you have, and where you play. In the meantime, lonesome family, go and practice. Because you're going to need it. Because we know you're practicing. Mama Andrew did help you too. Me know. So, all they did go on and I show off himself on the tower. Boy, we know now practice over there. Him call, here. Him hear me a play the selection for the Saturday night show. And every time him hear it, him,
Yeah.
"Why Kevin nobody at practice? Kevin not practice. Kevin they at work." You know, it's not just me there. So sometime I try put a selection together. So I just Mr. Percy, talk to them. The anything further regarding the donations, or you just leave it like that?
Yeah, we're just on a standstill, and we'll get back in track. But the main thing is we have to streamline several processes, and we want everybody just to be patient. We do have Cash App and other means, but just a total cease. So we'll just hold off, and then we'll take it from there. But before we move on, though, Will, move just to one little brief point, I want to um, just send out some love and support to some family members of mine. I know most of you would know that Lieutenant Stitch is in a coma. There was some news this week that he passed, and but that was a rumor. My dad is married to his sister, so I end up have a sister in the family, so I'm kind of a family in that regards, and grew up together with him and his whole career. And the other morning when we heard that he died, 'cause we were at the hospital yesterday. My sister is the one that's handling things for him, and Sophia and Joanna, his daughter. But it was such a tragic news that people would just take false information and run with it. It created so much anxiety for the family, and everybody was trying to rush to the hospital to see how come the doctor never called, and we're hearing getting all kind of condolences on social media. So I just want to thank Sophia and Natasha and Ali for the hard work that they're doing, and everybody else that's working to help Stitchy to go through his rehabilitation. He's in a very, very tough place, but he's surrounded by love, and it's going to be a lot of money to help him. And I want to thank those of you who have been prayerful and just trying to be supportive. So I just really wanted to express that kind of, warning that people don't run with information and make people panic, because you had people crying. One person passed out, almost died, because when they heard they passed out, and he has a heart condition. And that was a tough week for Sophia and Joanna. So I just want to express just caution when we hear these news, that we don't run with it and start posting this information without verifying it. So just thank you so much, Natasha and Sophia, and all you guys who are working so hard to make sure that Stitchy come back to health and vitality, and to the doctors at the hospital also.
Kevin.
Yeah, prayers up. Yeah, I said I'd show you all my little ride. There it is. That's damage. Yeah, the little fluid that you see on the floor, there's a little transmission fluid from the transmission cooler. So there it is. Outside of that, see, but they are same way. The show must go on, so the show is going on.
Yeah.
Waiting to hear from the insurance company. Nobody got any tickets. The person that caused the accident long gone. So there's that. But hey, we're here. Life goes on. It's a bit of a setback financially, but we have life, and that's the most important thing. And as we continue to live life, those that are in dire straits, like Stitchy, we give support any which way we can, because I could not be here today, but I am. So the support that I can get, I will take. But
Yep.
real support is needed for Stitchy right now. So let's give that.
Yeah, prayers up. And
Yeah.
it's quite a few
Quite
people.
a few people.
Quite a few
Quite
people.
a
Now.
few people.
I get a feedback.
Get
Quite
a
a few.
feedback. Quite a few.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't know what's going on with your thing, you know.
yeah, no, it's a state of the top of the line microphone. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I have to change the whole system, Kevin. You need that.
I don't know it's who for line. I don't know it's whose line, but I don't know top of which line. I don't know it's whose line.
No,
Must
my
be a
one.
close line.
But anyway, we say a lot of people they must support lonesome, you know, and that's fine. That's fine. It's a free country. You can you
I'm
are
okay with it.
you're entitled to support a lonesome, so it's okay. It's no problem. That's okay. You can't go and go support lonesome and put them on the money for lonesome right now. I hell and powder house on the back him up around here, you know. If my mama Angie can't help him. I tell him that right now. I don't know if he might listen. But anybody who I talk to him right on tell him say right now, Mama Angie cannot help him. Nobody can help him. I done him done, man. So we are gonna just deal with that. Anyway, last week. Oh, by the way, people, like up the thing. We have 1,320 devices on. Like up the thing. Anyway, last week we opened the show with Raleigh, if you remember. Raleigh, my brethren from Firehouse, and Pee Wee from Louisiana, the founder and the lead singer of Dread Eye Dread, respectively. And unfortunately, we played an unrelated video in the second segment that caused YouTube to erase a section of our broadcast. And the segment that they erased contained Raleigh and Pee Wee for them interview and the video. So arrangements will be made for their return so we can save their appearance for posterity. Raleigh, big up yourself. Pee Wee, stay so. Now, as you're aware, my producer has streamlined the program with musical interludes, quotes, inspirational videos, etc. And has kept me on time so we don't have the marathon sessions anymore.
Brethren, where your mic gone? Hold up. Gone. Just cut out, gone.
You know, hear me?
Okay,
Come
there
on,
you
yeah,
go.
you're right here.
Yeah.
No, man, he didn't cut out just now?
No, I'm never cut out. Your system, Kevin.
No, sir.
Yourself. Cock mouth
Okay.
kill.
All right.
Anyway, this week we were looking for an inspirational video to start the program. And we came across a commencement talk, quote unquote, by Victor Wooten, one of the best bass players on the planet. I've watched this video several times. It is both a comment on reality and inspiration. There's a message in his quote unquote talk for all of us, and we hope that you will enjoy it as much as we did in selecting it. Now, special thanks to the University of Vermont for granting permission for us to use it today. Now, as a result of what happened last week, I learned my lesson, so I reach out to University of Vermont because it was their commencement event, and I have a letter here from the executive director of University Communications, and it says, "To whom it may concern, the University of Vermont hereby grants permission for use of the video clip Victor Wooten 2016 speech on the program Reason with Rattigan. Please credit as courtesy University of Vermont if applicable. Thank you, Adam. Adam White, the executive director of University Communications, the University of Vermont in Burlington, Vermont. Adam, big up yourself. I don't know if you understand that language, but Adam, thank you so much, sir. And again, we give all credit to the University of Vermont for granting permission for us to use the clip Victor Wooten 2016 speech. And without further ado, we're going to play this. And here's why we're going to do this now. There is something in this talk for everyone. Trust me, there's something in it. Just pay attention. Just listen to him keenly. This guy's not a talker. This guy, well, he's not he doesn't give a lot of speeches. He's a tremendous bass player. And what we want to do is just set the tone. We never want to hyping up with a whole part, we just want kind of calm everything down and going on the prime minister, because we have our with the prime minister. So we just want to start out real calm, and then we just increase the tempo, increase the pressure, and then we get to the prime minister. So without further ado, here is Mr. Victor Wooten delivering his commencement talk in 2016 at the University of Vermont. Enjoy.
When I was preparing for this, I realized I had done a lot of talks. I'd even done a few keynote speeches. But I thought, this is special, this is different. I'm not talking to a bunch of musicians, I have to really be on my game. So I actually wrote a speech. First time ever in my life I wrote one. Until I had breakfast with Matt. And then talking to him, I realized writing and saying speeches is not what I do. I just like to talk. And I like to play. So this won't quite be a commencement speech, it'll be a commencement talk. Is that all right? So as Matt said, I played music most of my whole life. I was born into it. And it's true, I've gotten a lot of awards. I've been praised. And I say that anybody born in my situation would be just as good. So I don't really look at that. I appreciate the fact that people love what I do, because I would do it anyway. But the fact that my peers love it is a bonus. But as my parents always said, they weren't so concerned about what we did, but they were concerned with who we are, who we were as people. And if what we did didn't make us better people and make those around us better people, they questioned whether it was worth doing. So when we were little kids and getting awards and things like that and getting praise, because we were young when we were doing a lot of these kind of cool things. And people don't always, credit the parents and things. And my parents will say, well, as much as they play, they should be good. We don't care about that. Who wouldn't be good, right? But it's who they are as people is what we're concerned at. So I want to start with a quote that my mom would always say to us, boy. They would ask the five of us, they would say, what does the world need with just another good musician? Mom would say, we have plenty. What the world needs is good people. So they would say, if we're going to spend all these hours in the practice room, all this time at school studying, don't stop doing it. Just make sure it's making you good people. So I'd ask you the same thing. What does the world need with just another Rubenstein graduate? There's been over 4,000, right? What the world needs is good people. What the world needs is you, right? When you were born, and everybody here kind of knows what it took to become born. I don't have to go through that, right? But if you realize we've already won the most amazing race we will ever win. The most amazing race we will ever enter into, we've already won it. So we're already born special. We're born winners. You have a fingerprint that's never been here on the planet. In the existence of the history of humankind, your fingerprint has never been here and will never be here again. That's special. Cool thing is no one can take that away from you. Your job is to improve on that specialness and present it to the world. Now we present it to the world by what we do. But it always comes back to who you are. How you relate to people. Because when you leave here, believe it or not, the people more than likely you're going to associate with, some of them are sitting right next to you. So it's how they see you today. Might determine how they see you tomorrow. In your journeys, as you leave here, this is a happy moment. But all the moments that come forth may not be that happy. The bad things will happen in life, but I want you to look at it maybe in a different way. When bad things happen in life, they jump out at us, they grab us, they grab our attention. And the press and the world would make us think that everything is bad, but the bad things jump out at us because they're not normal. Right? We have to remember that the world is a beautiful place, and we are beautiful people. Because the bad things jump out at us, that is proof. It's kind of hard to do and play at the same time. But because the bad things jump out at us, you think about the news, right? Think about this. Let me put it this way. I just drove in from Boston last night. I drove into Burlington. So just imagine, I'm going to make up a story. Imagine that 3 people cut me off as soon as I get into Burlington, right? What do? I do what everybody does. I curse the whole city. I say, none of these people in Burlington can drive, right? When it was only 3. Those 3 stand out because the thousands of others did it right. But we don't bless the ones that do it right. We forget about them because it's normal. So it may be up to us to remind the world of what it really is. And I love the fact that I get to speak to you because I'm usually speaking to musicians that know nothing about the outdoors. And to me, you guys are the liaison. You are like nature's voice. You are the ones that are speaking to us that don't listen, that don't hear nature. Maybe we'll listen to you, right? Many of us won't speak back to nature, but you will. So you're at that middle ground, and I appreciate and thank you for doing what you do. When I was younger, in the early 90s, I read a book by a man named Tom Brown Jr., and the book changed my life, changed my viewpoint, I would say. So I went to go take a class with Tom Brown. And I didn't know what this nature thing was about. At least I didn't think I did. And Tom Brown started talking about awareness, wide angle vision and tracking. Tom was drawing tracks on the board, and he was showing me about the gates, and he was drawing these little circles. And in my mind, because I was thinking musical, I took these little tracks and put little stems on them, and in my mind, I made them into musical notes. And it made sense right away. And it was that time that I realized that for me, music and nature were the same thing. To me, nature, what you guys are doing is the bridge between all of lives. So back then, not long after that, a few years after that, I started running a musical camp where we combine music and nature. And it literally is changing people's lives. Literally is changing people's lives. And I'm saying that not to talk about me, but to say that that's what your world is. You get to change people's lives in a good way. I've been working with a man named Bela Fleck for over 20 years. And I learned a lot about leadership from him. I always felt that music is a good way to address the world's issues. To be in a band, the best bands I've ever played in, all the instruments were different. And we don't curse those differences, we bless them. That's why I think the whole world should learn to play music. Then we might understand that differences are a blessing, not a curse. Bela Fleck always said that he was a leader among equals. Even though the band had his name in it twice, he still treated us as equals. Whenever he would bring a new song to the table, he would never tell us what to play. He would just play his part and allow us to hear the song fresh. Bela recognized that I would probably come up with a better bass part than him. I've never written a banjo part for him. So he would let me hear the song and come up with my own part. And as simple as that was, I realized that's the way to lead. He led in a way that brought out the best in us. If he had just told us what to play, he would have gotten his idea across. But I wouldn't have grown from it as much. So as you guys go out and become world leaders, which many of you will, lead in a way that brings out the best in people. And be a leader among equals. Just a couple of ideas to leave with you. You're going to need a lot of guts to get out there and do what you do. For some of you, when I was getting an explanation of what a lot of you are going to be doing after you graduate, a lot of your jobs, I would say, are a thankless job. You won't get the awards that I've gotten for just plucking on some strings, right? But I hope you're like me and not do your job for awards, but to do it because it's right. Because it's what the world needs. My aunt told me a story recently when she was at my house for a family reunion back in the 70s. We were all young. I'm sorry, in the 80s. And my aunt said my mom was up pacing in the middle of the night. She asked my mom what was going on. My mom was agitated. She said, my mom said, all my friends are getting on me because I didn't go see my sons play at the Coliseum. And they think, well, you don't care about your son. You didn't see. She said, I don't need to see them. I know my son. I've been knowing them my whole life. I've been seeing them play every day. I don't need to go see him at the Coliseum. She said, my friends think my sons are special because they play at the Coliseum. And the thing I didn't say is at this family reunion, we had probably 60 people. One of my brothers was sleeping under the kitchen table. Another one was in the chair. Another one was sleeping in the garage, you know. And my mom said, I don't care that they're getting awards and the fact that they're playing at the Coliseum. She said, I care about the fact that they'll play at the Coliseum and then come home and sleep on the floor. And if my mom were here right now, she'd say, that's what I'm talking about. It's who you are as people. And you bring who you are to what you do. You're going to have to get creative. You guys are the future, and a lot of what you're going to need to do hadn't even been invented yet. So I'm just going to pose one idea about creativity and inspiration. A lot of times when you get inspired, you get creative, you feel a certain way. It's like being happy. There's a tingle. For me, my body starts to tingle. I say the next time it happens, you feel creative. Maybe like today. Remember this feeling. Put it in a database somewhere and remember what it feels like. It's one of the things I have learned to do. Through a lot of training with people like Matt and my other nature friends. I've learned the creative process, the inspiration process in reverse. When I need an idea, I create the feeling. I remember what inspiration feels like. And I can create the feeling and the inspiration arrives, it shows up. So practice it. It might work. In parting, I just want you to imagine that as a graduation gift, each of you was awarded $36,525. Not bad. But here's the catch. You're not going to get any more for the rest of your lives. So think about it, $36,525 you have cash, but you're not getting any more. Think about it, how would you treat that money? How would you handle it? I'm sure some of you would take very good care of it, spend it wisely, spend it on things that matter, maybe invest, give to people in need. $36,525. Well, if you live to be 100, that's 36,525 days, including leap years. So $1 a day, and you can probably not buy a house. And that's if you live to be 100. If you're male, cut off a bunch of years. If you're a person of color, cut off a bunch more years. First few years of your life, you don't even make your own decisions. They tell us to sleep 8 hours a day. That's a year every 3 years. Time spent playing Candy Crush. How many days are actually left? There's a saying that says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. The best time to start living your life was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. The world is in the palm of your hands. You can create whatever you want. I just say do it wisely and do it with others in your mind. Because when you include others as yourself, then it's okay to be selfish. My name is Victor Wooten, and I congratulate you guys. And I thank you in advance for all the beautiful work you're going to do. What does the world need with just another musician? What the world needs is good people. Thank you, Mom. When the going gets tough, that's a positive signal to keep charging. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you all very much.
Yes, my people. That's my inspiration. That one I spend all week I listen to and some other things. But I hope you find some nuggets in a way himself because I'm touch on a whole lot of things. You know, I'm touch on leadership, love, what the world need, courage, all kinds of things. I hope some of you find, oh, blessed one, he really touched my heart. Hey, lovely, Carol. Yeah, yeah. By the way, make a big up the big man. Ah, yeah, young man. Andre Stevens, welcome, welcome. Panajua TV in the house. Welcome, sir.
Blessings to everybody near and far. I'm right here on a Saturday.
Well, let me
Unusual
just
territory, but is still my territory, no sir?
see him, so. Let me just tell people exactly what's been going on, and what will happen today. On Thursday, ISAT dubbed his program pre-trial, and
Mm-hmm.
in reference to the Prime Minister's situation. And then last night we did case management, and we treated it just as they would in court. You know, we went over where we are and what we hope to achieve. Is there a settlement? Will there be a trial? Well, there was no settlement last night. So today is the trial. And as I mentioned, those of you who are just joining us, it's see, in Gabla already.
Yes.
I'm in Gabla already. So today it will be the trial. And it's a trial slash discussion. We have suspended the formalities. So the rules of evidence and procedures, they will not govern today's event. So we're just gonna do a presentation. We're gonna talk about the Prime Minister, and he deserves to be talked about. Um, and we're gonna talk about him honestly and factually. There's no spin on what what we will be presenting, because it's coming from an organization that he created himself. And so we're gonna start with, well, before we do that, let me just say that today we planned on doing segments on Minister Nigel Clark, and the segment was entitled "The Man, the IMF, and the Government of Jamaica." We also plan to do a segment on the politics and reality of port slash airport security, and finally the state of education in Jamaica. Unfortunately, those stories will have to wait until next week because of the major story we've been waiting on for years: the Integrity Committee, Prime Minister's statutory declarations. As I said, today we will take a novel approach to this event by merging a mock trial and discussion of the issue. And you family members, you will have the privilege of rendering a verdict. As you consider the case, please keep two things in mind. If you can help it, you never keep these two things in mind. I have to emphasize it. If you can help it, you never ask a defendant a question that you don't know the answer to, because you're stuck with that answer, whatever answer he gives you, and the judge is going to laugh at you. You only ask there are cases where you will have to do it, but in the main, you do not ask questions that you don't already know the answer to. And the second thing is, never ask a question and be satisfied with any answer. Ask a question to get to the truth. So just don't be satisfied because somebody says something come out of their mouth and you say, okay, find them answer. And even sometimes when people say it, people just ignore it or they misinterpret it. And we're going to show you today, what came out of the Prime Minister's mouth and how it was interpreted by the corruption prosecutor. So here, let me start now. Here's my opening. And then I'll have the co-counsellors them jump in. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Wilfred Rattigan, and I'm joined by co-counsels Andre Stevens. I get a feedback a while ago. All right, Lincoln Lewis and Kevin Stewart. And we are pleased.
Where is the defense? Your Honor, just inquire, where is the defense attorney for the Prime Minister?
The Prime Minister is going to need more than a defense attorney. He's going to need more than he's going to need divine intervention. So we are pleased to announce that we represent the people of Jamaica in this significant trial. Some of the issues to be discussed are complex and require more time. So we will deal with evidence in a succinct fashion and get to your decision in a timely manner. We thank you for being here and would like you to know that your voluntary appearance is never taken for granted. Today, you get to participate in one of the hallmarks of our democracy, jury duty. As such, you get to mete out justice based on the evidence presented to you and your application of the law, the facts that only you will determine. You will listen keenly and objectively. You will arrive at your own decision without conferring with anyone except during deliberations. Now, during deliberations, you will discuss the case with the other members of the jury. You may ask questions of the panel. You may request to review evidence, including but not limited to testimony. So, where do we start? We start with the people's contention that despite receiving requested training on good governance and anti-corruption matters, Mr. Holness acted contrary to the seven principles of selflessness, objectivity, openness, and leadership, otherwise known as Nolan principles. The people also contend that Mr. Holness violated provisions of the Integrity Commission Act and the Corruption Prevention Act. These charges are serious and made even more significant by the fact that for the past 8 years, Mr. Holness has held the mantle of power as a leader of one of the most beautiful liberal democracies on earth that is blessed with abundant resources, human and otherwise. Yet, his much ballyhooed promises of prosperity for our people have been largely elusive. You will hear words uttered by Mr. Holness. You will read his words. You will read the words from the investigators who worked tirelessly to ensure that the investigation was done in a fair and thorough manner. And you will understand that our Prime Minister, the Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, has not only disappointed us, he has also failed us. The evidence will show that Mr. Holness knew or should have known the consequences of his actions and inaction. The evidence will also show behavior of a leader who pledged to use his best efforts to lift his nation above corruption, real or perceived. And when all the evidence has been offered and the law has been applied, I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to return a verdict of guilty against Mr. Holness. Let's begin. Anything from co-counsels?
Not at present.
Okay. All right. Let me start out. I think it's important that we understand the matters that are before the court, ladies and gentlemen. And our esteemed jury, we know there's no tainted jury around here. And unlike some former DPP, we will not have any kind of jury tampering happening. So today, we'll be focusing on these key areas. We're going to be focusing on the investigation, the discrepancies that were found, the potential legal implications, Holness's response, the political fallout, and of course, the public's reaction. So we're hoping for a fair and balanced discussion. And I think here is the right place to have such a dialogue.
Okay. Anybody else? Co-counsels? All right. See, you're muted.
Not at this time. We will proceed and add
Okay.
contributions during the trial.
Okay. Now let's start with the Integrity Commission, because that's the reason why we're here. They provided the results of their investigation, implicating the Prime Minister in several events, and they're not good. So I remember I said that the Prime Minister was responsible for the establishment of the Integrity Commission. let's look at what he said just before they passed the law establishing the Integrity Commission. All right. Let's look at paragraph 2. He said, Mr. Speaker, let me start by emphasizing the commitment of this government to fighting and eliminating corruption in this country. Accountability, transparency, and integrity are hallmarks of respecting the president. And these principles must always be promoted and upheld in furtherance of good governance, social cohesion, and advancement. Went on. I mean, here it says, there is no denying that whilst we have made significant strides as a politically independent country, we could have achieved more were it not for corruption in many forms. Revenue leakage due to corrupt practices, misuse of public funds, and overall perception of pervasive corruption, all of which have served to compromise the flow of investments into our country. I mean, these are very, very carefully crafted, powerful words. Let's go to paragraph. He said, while we all need to take individual responsibility for our actions and endeavor to be agents of change as we do our part in securing a better Jamaica, the role of legislation is paramount. And this is where then he goes on to say one of the most important advantages that you will have the power. So that's where the power of the corruption prosecutor came from. You hear advancing that. Further and see what he said. Despite the fall in the corruption, and Jamaica is regarded as a very corrupt country. He said, nonetheless, we are acutely aware that corruption has direct links to organized crime, terrorism, and look at that last.
Hey, Will. Yeah. I'm so sorry. There's a feedback. I'm not sure if Kevin muted it would stop, but there is definitely some issues with people hearing you clearly and us having issues. So, and you're in a very important part of the presentation, and we need to hear you clearly, sir.
Let me. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Clear as mud.
Oh, okay. So Kevin's system, I know my system. No, so he's talking about money laundering here. It's a serious threat to stability and security, clear and present danger. Then goes on. Look at this paragraph. Mr. Speaker, an effective anti-corruption program must have provisions whereby persons in leadership positions set the standard of ethics by which we all operate. Persons in leadership positions set the standard of ethics by which we all operate. Institutional reorganization is critical, and the legal and regulatory framework must create a culture of transparency and honesty supported by an effective anti-corruption agency. Let me go down a little bit further here. He said, Mr. Speaker, as we are all aware, I, the Prime Minister, advanced the concept of full and complete disclosure. At this time, the legislation limits this to the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. We will be required to publish our assets, and then they talk about only two, in the Integrity Commission law, only two people's assets are gazetted, and that's the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. And he said he advanced that full disclosure. Let me see if there's anything else worth. Okay. It says the importance of Section 1 cannot be overlooked. This deals with the specific offenses for non-compliance with the provisions of the legislation. The offenses and related penalties for non-compliance are critical to the effectiveness of the legislation. Look at what he says. It is an offense to, right here, it is also an offense to knowingly make a false statement in a statutory declaration. He said it. I think we have one more paragraph. Okay. He said there has been much discussion. There's been much discussion in relation to the staffing of the new commission, perhaps in the context of public sector restructuring. It must be noted that the Act in Section 60 allows for smooth transition of the staff employed to the Commission for Corruption Prevention, the Contractor General, and the exiting Integrity Commission to the Integrity Commission. Why is this so important? Because people are of the opinion that the Integrity Commission is a new entity and they have new people, so on and so forth. Here, he's telling you that it is actually 3 existing agencies that they will collapse to form the new Integrity Commission, because at the time there was already existing an Integrity Commission. There were 3 agencies. 1, the Commission for Corruption Prevention, 2, Contractor General, and 3, Integrity Commission. And they said, okay, we want to create a super anti-corruption agency. And they said, okay, fine. So we're just going to.
I believe also the Auditor General.
I don't think the Auditor General was part of this, but she's a part of the Auditor General is a part of the Integrity Commission, the new one.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a part of it. Yeah, because they have 5 directors. 2 must be retired judges. 1 must be the Auditor General. 1 must be a senior retired civil servant. The last one must be someone from an NGO. So those are the directors. And then the last thing Mr. Holness said at the time, he said, we commit to teaching our children to be able to discern right from wrong so that they will reject corruption and do the right thing. That's repeating. We commit to teaching our children to be able to discern right from wrong so that they will reject corruption and do the right thing. Let me move this. Let me put this up here. Let me see the slide here. There it is, the people versus Andrew Holness. Your panelists, I don't see Mr. Buchanan yet. I'm sure he'll join us shortly. And there's our first proverb. Character is like pregnancy. It cannot be hidden forever. Let me remove that. Now, here's the Prime Minister, in his own words, talking about corruption.
Allegations of corruption. This government, relative to the previous government, has far less instances or suggestions of corruption. I had the opportunity to go through the history of the previous government, year by year, to look at the instances of corruption that have, as you have said, marred. And we can go back as far as when they just started. We could start with the zinc scandal, the furniture scandal. We can come down to NetServe, Operation Pride. We can go on and on. Some of these were not issues of malfeasance. Some of them were misfeasance, the misallocation and misappropriation of government funds. But in none of them can we say that the government has taken deliberate and instrumental action to show transparency and to show that while corruption may exist, as it exists all around the world, in all countries of the world, but to date, we have been the only government to allow transparent analysis of what has happened and to take action where action is necessary to be taken.
Newly sworn in Prime Minister Andrew Holness says his administration will be hard on corruption while investing in health, social security, technology and business innovation in order to help Jamaica recover stronger from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Prime Minister Holness shared his vision for the nation following his affirmation as leader of the Jamaican government. We have more in this report. Prime Minister Andrew Holness used his speech on Monday to signal a shift in how he would manage his emerging cabinet. Mr. Holness has reiterated his commitment to leading a government that is hard on corruption and task-oriented. He says complacency will not be tolerated.
No one has been shown any special favors, given any protection, or influence brought to bear on any anti-corruption agency or investigation. This is a step in the right direction. However, in addition to investigation and prosecution, we must also seek to prevent the occurrence of acts which weaken public trust and damage the integrity of the government. To this end, I have indicated to the Executive Director of the Integrity Commission that each elected representative and each appointed minister will participate in the sensitization and public education programs to be established by the Integrity Commission.
Okay. Hear him say. Say that he's asking Mr. Greg Christie to provide a workshop, desensitization or familiarity with the Integrity Commission Act and so on and so forth. And here he asked for it, and here it is. They received it. Says right here. Says the workshops were respectively at second paragraph by the Integrity Commission between November 9, 2020 and February 15, 2021. In the case of the cabinet, between November 15, 21 and May 2022. In the case of the shadow cabinet. So the shadow cabinet received it and the current cabinet received it. And Mr. Christie said, it is in furtherance, very second to last paragraph. I don't know if, here it is. It is in furtherance of that objective. Oh, by the way, it says the paragraph above that, beginning with, in a further effort to promote adherence to the highest standards of good governance and integrity on the part of those who discharge public functions and duties in Jamaica, the Integrity Commission is of the considered view that public bodies and officials to whom the Commission has administered its anti-corruption and good governance workshops should be asked to formally commit to the 7 principles of public life. It is in furtherance of that objective, therefore, that I now take pleasure in submitting to you for your review and formal subscription the attached leadership commitment document, and will look forward to your timely and positive response to the Commission's overture. Now, here is what they received. Said, whereas the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, and his cabinet participated in a series of anti-corruption and good governance workshops that were the workshops covered the understated topics. First one, the problem of corruption. Second, an overview of Jamaica's anti-corruption framework. 3, principles of good governance and integrity in government, public office, and public life. 4, public procurement overview. 5, other critical areas involving the Integrity Commission's oversight. Look at 6, statutory declarations. And it goes on, Protecting Disclosures Act, reporting allegations of corruption, investigating allegations of corruption, prosecuting allegations of corruption, overview of corruption offenses in Jamaica, international best practices in anti-corruption and anti-bribery. They received this training.
But Learned Counsel, even though receiving this training, did they sign the code of ethics?
There we go. Here are the 7 principles: selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership. They were supposed to sign. He's supposed to sign.
So they were trained, but them never sign it to say that they have completed the training.
Exactly, and that's where I'm going. November 16, they sent it to them the day after that first letter, and here is an email asking them to sign. It says, look, you guys said you were going to get the thing and blah, blah, blah. You didn't sign it. Here's a very telling paragraph. The paragraph beginning likewise. He said, the one above it. However, while there is no legal compulsion or requirement placed upon them to commit to the code of conduct, their formal subscription to these principles will be a clear demonstration to the people of Jamaica of the standards of integrity, governance, and accountability that they are prepared to submit themselves to as holders of the highest public offices in Jamaica. Next paragraph. Likewise, a failure to formally commit to the code will also signal to the citizens of Jamaica the type of leadership that they should not expect from the country's highest office holders. They did not sign, because here's another letter from going June 6th of last year, where says right here, paragraph 6. The opposition leader was the first public official to sign and commit to the Commission's Leadership Code of Conduct. He did so on January 9, 2023. However, rather than sign on behalf of the members of his shadow cabinet, he wrote to the Commission to seek its authorization for each of them to sign the code in their own right. The Commission granted its approval to the request. Subsequently, 10 other members of the shadow cabinet have since formally signed the code. Paragraph 7. Despite the passage of over 6 months, and despite the fact that the training upon which the code was predicated was initiated by the Prime Minister himself, the Prime Minister is, however, yet to respond to the Commission's letter to him of November 2022. Further, neither he nor any member of the Cabinet of the Government of Jamaica has to date signed the code. This letter is dated June 6, 2023. And as of today, to the best of our knowledge, no one from the government has signed the code of conduct. Everyone on the opposition side, I believe the last time I checked, everyone has signed. So here it is that he's been preaching about transparency, openness, accountability. He asked for the training, he received the training, and then him said, nah, sign nothing. Any question?
Can you replay that video? Because I think Jamaicans need to listen keenly when he was being sworn in September 2020. Can you replay that video, please?
Yes, 1 second, please. Here it is.
Newly sworn in Prime Minister Andrew Holness says his administration will be hard on corruption while investing in health, social security, technology and business innovation in order to help Jamaica recover stronger from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Prime Minister Holness shared his vision for the nation following his affirmation as leader of the Jamaican government. We have more in this report. Prime Minister Andrew Holness used his speech on Monday to signal a shift in how he would manage his emerging cabinet. Mr. Holness has reiterated his commitment to leading a government that is hard on corruption and task-oriented. He says complacency will not be tolerated.
No one has been shown any special favors, given any protection, or influence brought to bear on any anti-corruption agency or investigation. This is a step in the right direction. However, in addition to investigation and prosecution, we must also seek to prevent the occurrence of acts which weaken public trust and damage the integrity of the government. To this end, I have indicated to the Executive Director of the Integrity Commission that each elected representative and each appointed minister will participate in the sensitization and public education programs to be established by the Integrity Commission.
Mr. Holness, who is...
There you go. There you go.
So him call for it.
Yes.
Talk about it. Him talk the talk, but him don't walk the walk.
No, he did not. And so those of you who are history buffs, or those of you who were living back then, you will remember this about a particular American president.
And I want to say this to the television audience. I made my mistakes, but in all of my years of public life, I have never profited from public service. I've earned every cent. And in all of my years of public life, I have never obstructed justice. And I think, too, that I can say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
President?
Yes, sir.
I'm not a crook. The Jamaican people would like to know if their prime minister is a crook. And to that end, here we go.
People. And this is a valid question that Jamaican citizens ought to be asking of your prime minister. They're going to simplify it for you. Bro God, but that's why you come tell Jamaica how you get rich. So. Understand the people want to know. And that the Integrity Commission want to find out. You know. And that most well-thinking, honest, unaligned Jamaicans want to know how the prime minister gets so rich while he's in office. Name the pan business all over here, so hundreds of thousands of US dollars. Name the pan account over there, so hundreds and thousands of US dollars. Name the pan offshore business accounts, hundreds of thousands of US dollars. The people them just want to know how the prime minister gets so rich. So I no bad mind. Remember, so we live in a culture where people for eat food, you know. Jamaica people are bad mind like that, you know. People for eat food. Me the African will tell you say, me believe people for eat food. Me see some man make some money in this, and in the world generally. And in this right also. When me have to look on them and say, yo, me rate them man them. Because them do what them do to make them money, you know. And some of the things where them do, me can't do. I would not do. I don't have the heart and courage to do. But them do it and make them money. So you see, me personally, as a capitalist, me respect people who make money. But there's a difference. Whether you're prime minister, your chief servant, the chief proprietor of taxpayers' money. There's a difference when you're the head of the stream and you get richer. The people them just want to know how the prime minister get richer. And me just want to say, if the prime minister say work hard, the prime minister, him say my poor people picnic, Board House, Cumberland Road, Spanish Town, him say, we respect and we rate the journey. So it's an inspirational journey in the prime minister. So even me personally, that want the prime minister to just clear up that something. Come tell the people them how you make them money, man. Come tell the people them. Make it an inspirational story.
Every ghetto youth is a star.
Hey, I don't want you quote my father, you know, you, Mr. Audrey.
Your father, I know your father, I know your client. Every ghetto youth is a star.
We really just bought the other day. We can't bother. Listen, his speech today was so good, though. So even though we're having a trial right here, I must say that it's very inspirational when you can get up in the face of being dry eye and green eye, and still put on your shoes and socks, put yourself together, and speak so confidently and effortlessly. It just says that it's not phasing him. So how you feel about that? That's the true question, because we know, having looked at the tenets of leadership, I'm sure when you had called them to tell them to teach us how to be good leaders, and we saw what it really takes, I wouldn't sign either if I had other intentions. So that's really what that is.
So you're saying that he called for it, and when you realized what was required, he said, "No, sir."
Yeah, it's kind of like you say, yeah, I'm going to participate in the marathon and hire a trainer. And after the first day of work, you say, you know something, nobody want to train. I can just stick to my junk food and walk every now and then. That's really what it was. It's a lot. Not only forget about him, since all week, what is very embarrassing is to see the entire government saying that they're standing by him. That to me is political suicide at the highest level, if ever there was.
You call it political suicide, but for them it is called political loyalty. Isn't it so, gentlemen?
Yes.
We call it political suicide, but they call it political loyalty to their chief servant, the doctor,
Correct.
the most honorable.
Anybody know who Dave Koresh is? I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Mr. Rattigan.
From Waco, Texas. That's Waco, Texas.
Yeah, cultism many times. I think it happened in Jamaica before, but many places over the world, the cults come together and they just commit suicide together. And it goes down in history and then it goes away. Cultism is really bad. So when I say political suicide, it's reminiscent of the Dave Koresh. What to borrow from the words of David Crawford, what could go so?
No, sir, but
leave that alone.
Well,
so you call it political cultism?
It has to be cultism. There at some point somebody you have to know wrong from right. There are many conversations, especially forget this is not a legal. It's not only this is not about the law. It's about the moral standards of leadership, not the society at large, but of leadership. What you expect from the top, because you cannot. If a child goes to school and cannot account for monies missing in the fundraiser for the class party, they're gonna say, "But I look to my leader and I don't have to declare." And it wasn't brought to my attention before summer school. And what do? Suspend the child, punish the child, sanction the child when no sanctions follow for other persons. There's one has to wonder. The ultimate sanction in this situation is to step aside. If we're playing the moral high road that the society takes from time to time.
Okay.
But then,
the societal moral high road that society takes from time to time. That there was a time when the Prime Minister himself called for everyone to undergo this integrity training. So there was that time, and I moved to another time where they said, well, okay, we did the training, but we're not all going to since we're not quite required by law to sign this, then we don't have to sign it. And as we're not required by law to sign it, then it's a moral obligation to our constituents, to our country, that, well, on moral grounds, you don't really get prosecuted by the law.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We're having a conversation about integrity. It is a moral conversation. And when somebody says integrity training, you realize you have to actually have integrity to undergo integrity training. And you can't. No disrespect. Somebody says, let's go and have finger training. If you have no fingers, where you gonna go? How you gonna go train your fingers?
You develop your joints to become fingers.
Since we're on the SSL point and the 9.58 missing money, let's talk about both. What 100 meter? Are you gonna run the 100 meter without legs? Are you gonna start training for athleticism or something, athletics, without the tools to do so?
Okay.
Like that's a serious point. You have to think of that. You have to honestly think of that. That's why when I had the great opportunity to interview Ralph Gonzalez from St. Vincent, and I asked him if it mattered, and he did answer in the negative, whether or not the person in leadership, in light of the role that they play, if they had to have some legal training, or would it help to be a lawyer? It says it helps to be a lawyer because the integrity question is answered. Not saying that lawyers don't have that, but it's perceived that you have that by going through the training and getting your practicing certificate. So you would need a trainer course, you would have that. But also, I mean, to ensure that when you're in a spotlight, you vet everything. So there shouldn't even be a question of DLP versus PhD, because those things would have been communicated accurately. This is from a government that had Dora come out and speak about misusing social media to mislead the people. Miscommunicating. No, Dora? I don't know her name.
Dr. Dana Dixon.
Okay, so thank you for the clarity. So even that, you should be able to communicate even your name and who you are, so people don't forget it. You must be memorable in life, but not mislead the people in the process. That's
Greg Emetic mentioned something to that from the PM's words that the training was mandated, but the signing wasn't. I agree, say then that signing was.
Wait, repeat that, Rebel.
It's
from the PM side. What?
PM's words that the training was mandated, signing wasn't. I dare say then that signing wasn't twice, which only the opposition did participating. Regimetic, I think you're right. However, think about the appearance. What does it look like? It's not a good look. When you ask for the training and then you're supposed to sign and you say, no, I'm not signing. And the people who you never asked for, them come out and say, okay, well, actually, it did ask for elected members, but they came out and said, yeah, we'll sign. How does that look? It doesn't look good. But let me put this up, folks. I'm sure all of you have seen this. This is what was submitted to the Parliament for tabling. It mentioned a report of investigation, an associated indicative ruling, full ruling of the Director of Corruption Prosecutor. We're going to spend some time with that. And a special report under Section 36(3). Now, why do I mention the Corruption Prosecutor? It was only last year that it was February of last year, where the Integrity Commission issued a report, I believe, talking about his influence on the awarding of contracts. And in that case, the corruption prosecutor, I think they made a cardinal mistake. Going back to what we said, folks, first is that you don't ask questions you don't know the answers to. And you don't ask a question just to get an answer. You ask a question to get to the truth. And a third rule is that if at all possible, when you're investigating someone, you only want to interview them one time. If you interview them twice, and if they made a mistake the first time and you bring them in, them going clear it up, and now you have a problem when you go to court. So you only want to do this one time, especially in a case where you have a prime minister. You want to do it one time and you want to do it right.
Yes.
And in that case, they interviewed him twice. And him says some things that they had problems with the first one, and him kind of straight. No. And so the corruption prosecutor said, look, I don't think there's enough evidence to prosecute him. However, I do believe that we have evidence to prosecute the other people involved. But because of abuse of process, I will not. And my argument is that that's not your job. If you have the evidence, bring the case to court and make a jury of their peers determine, or a judge determine their outcome. But she make an argument for their lawyers. Didn't make any sense. Well, this is the same lady. Andre, you remember her name? Kamisha Prince.
Kamika Prince, who I would want her to tell the
It's not Switch name.
No, Kamika Prince.
Oh, sorry.
I would want her, Mr. Rattigan and audience, to tell whether or not she has a family member that is on vacation, on leave from our trust NTA, and why is that family member on leave?
Is that family name Smith?
I just want her to tell what the said director of corruption prosecution. She must tell whether or not she has a family member on leave. And if the family member is on leave from her trust NTA. Mr. Rattigan, do you recall last year 3 members at her trust NTA had to take leave because of allegations of?
Yes.
I want her to ask if she has any family member who had to take leave because of questionable circumstances, questionable character.
Whoa. Whoa.
Mr. Rattigan, you ever watch the movie Meet the Smiths? The Smiths?
No.
It was Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, the Smiths.
I guess I have to go watch it. No.
What's Will Smith last name?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Is it Mr. and Mrs.
Yeah,
Smith?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Yeah. Something, okay, all right.
Let me show folks, there is also an argument that because the Integrity Commission referred the matter to FID, there has been a talk that that's not the proper procedure and that they can't refer the matter to the FID or to others, and that is categorically false. There is a section in the Integrity Commission Act that says that for civil servants you can refer, and it says also for public officials you can refer, and for parliamentarians, listen to this, for parliamentarians you have to send it to the Speaker of the House or the President of the Senate. Now think about that, if that would make any sense, right? But here they forgot to look at the same body. Here it is. Look at this. Who are considered to be parliamentarians and public officials? It's right there. Under the Subject Act, public official means any person holding an executive, an administrative, or a judicial office, or a parliamentarian. It's right there. It's right there. So when they say, it's a public official, blah, 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 complete nonsense. You didn't have to pay attention to them. So that's that. Now, people are probably wondering, all right, let me put this one up. FID, we've heard that they've referred it to FID, and people are asking, well, why FID? Here's why. FID, their objectives. It says the main objectives of the division are: 1, investigate allegations of money laundering, financial crimes, and corruption. And they also can, like the Integrity Commission, they can collaborate with overseas body in addressing these issues. But it says the first bullet point, the objectives: investigate allegations of money laundering, financial crimes, and corruption. And look at the mission. I'll read it: to deter, investigate, and prosecute financial crimes. So we're waiting to see what will happen over there.
So Mr. Rattigan,
Yes, sir.
they're going to investigate you too, because I heard somewhere that someone say that you've been washing money. I want to know, your hand washing, or you was
You need a washing machine and a dryer to do that.
So,
Ratty
so
is
the
not
long
rich
and
on
short
the
is for the IC to be referring the Honorable Dr. the Honorable Prime Minister to the Financial Investigative Division. It simply means that they're questioning whether or not the Prime Minister is involved, possibly in acts of money laundering.
And or financial crimes. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Now, let me just show you what he said. We'll just go through it. We'll just pick out segments of it. What he said the day after it was tabled, the day it was tabled or it was submitted.
You do have the speech.
I have a part of it, but he said he look at the section right here. He said, I am satisfied that the Director of Corruption Prosecution ruled that there was insufficient evidence to support claims that I intentionally, and that is not the word. The law says knowingly, not intentionally. There's a difference. That I intentionally omitted bank accounts from my declaration, and that there's greater evidence to support my explanation as opposed to evidence to the contrary. Let's talk about that. And let me pull up the report, because here's I have a huge problem with the corruption prosecution's analysis and her recitation of the facts, because the way this started out was the Prime Minister's statutory declaration for 2021 was looked into, and there was an account that now we're hearing that the bank made a mistake because the account was in Jamaican dollars, but the bank put it as American dollars. So it was like huge. And then they when that mistake was cleared up, they decided, hey, you know what? They only looked at one issue. That was the only issue they looked at. They said, let's look at this thing comprehensively. And when they looked at it, and I'm just compressing the events, they asked him about they found some accounts when they started looking, and they asked him and on several occasions, and he basically, said no. And I'll show you the interview of him, and he said no. They went and they found 3 bank accounts that he didn't tell them about. So then they said, no, this is a failure to file. This is an omission. And the commission sent it to the Director of Information and Complaints, who started looking into it again. And then it was sent over to the Director of Investigations. And when it was assigned, the person to whom it was assigned sent a fresh request to the banks. And they found a 4th bank account. Those 4 bank accounts that they're talking about, 2 of them were in the Prime Minister's mother's name, with him as a beneficiary or as a joint holder of the account, and his sister was on it on those 2, I believe, as well. A 3rd, his father was the holder of the account, and he was the joint holder. And the 4th was a lady who worked
at the constituency.
In his constituency, correct. And people are asking, well, how come him named upon that? And when asked, how your name end up on this? Him say, I don't know. Him say, she opened the account. I suggested to her to open the account. She's been with us for 20 years, and I suggested that she open the account so she could get paid electronically. So what we'll do now, let me just pull up the reports, and then we can go through them. All right, here we go. Okay, this is the 1 second.
You know, while you're pulling that up, Will, I like the fact that you talked about intentionally and knowingly. You know, I remember we did a little thing on intentional, like if you point a gun at someone and you pull the trigger, you know that you aiming to kill them. You're definitely intentionally trying to kill them. And if you, for example, drive a car in a crowd of people, you know, without any, you don't know if it will hurt anybody, but you know by doing so, knowingly that, you know, driving a car in a crowd, you can hurt somebody. So you're saying he switched the language in order to change the perception of what the spirit or the letter of the law and the spirit of the law is saying.
Here it is, right here. Look at 2B. The word there is knowing.
Knowingly makes any false statement in any
Right.
such statutory declaration. So with him making the statement that he didn't intentionally, he isn't going against that 2B where you're knowingly doing it. It's semantics for me, and I guess the attorney here would better be able to play with those semantics. I play with words sometimes to get out of a situation, to be able to turn around and say, "Boy, you know, yeah, that is what you got from it. That is not what I meant by it, and it is not my fault that you got from it what you got from it. Take from it what you will, and go ahead
So
and run with it."
intent
But
and
you want clarification,
interpretation.
come to me. Yeah, you want clarification? Come to me.
And that's why I like all my farmer agency, how the phrase things, because what they say in something like this is that you knew or you should have known. So you can't get around that. So if you say, "Me never know," you should have known. But given your position and given the circumstances, as I said, as a context matters. But let me just let's get into the report here and show you some things that will be shocking to you.
Anything is shocking when it come on to Andrew Holness.
Look at this. That his net worth grew by $51 million over the 5-year period that ended December 31, 2021. His net worth grew. Them not same net worth. That is it, you know. It grew by that much. Where did the Prime Minister get all of this money? No, they said that for 2021, he had unexplained changes in net worth calculated as 4 million, almost 4.5 million. And we're going to go in the report and you're going to see where they specifically said that they couldn't. The Integrity Commission said him couldn't tell us with the source of the funds, and we couldn't find it. That is not good if you're a prime minister. It's not good.
There is a prime minister who knows to find money. Maybe we should ask her to help him to find it.
There's a prime minister who knows how to find money.
Yeah. You see, anyway, let me leave that alone. But I know a prime minister that said we found money. They can find, some money can find. So one wonders how this one can't find it.
Well, let me just put up some things here and I'll invest. All right. Here we go and we did some of this last night, but it's worth doing because some of you probably didn't see the program last night. Now, here's a chronology. September 30th, they started. They received a referral. They started looking into his 2021 statutory declaration. October, they sent something to First Global Bank First Global Bank is affiliated with Grace Kennedy. A director at Grace Kennedy is William again, Isaac, who's a senator.
I don't want to call the wrong name and then remember and get sued, you know.
No, Dan Webby. Dan Webby.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan is a senator, right? And he's affiliated with First Global Bank. He's affiliated. Then if you look on October 27th, see where it says that they sent something to the House of Parliament, Houses of Parliament. The point, what I'm trying to say here is that you think the Prime Minister never knew back in October of 2022 that he was being looked at?
Stargirl must say, no better you go on his life. Sorry.
Right? NCB, November 15, 2022, they sent it to NCB. Who's over at NCB? Michael Leachin. In 2016, the Prime Minister appointed Michael Leachin to be the chairman of the Jamaica Economic Growth Council. You think the Prime Minister never know? I mean, just think about that. But if you're sending it to people that he's affiliated with, what is the likelihood that they wouldn't say anything to him? It's possible that they wouldn't say anything to him, but it's also possible that he could have known. Now, let me go down further. January 10th, he received a notice to attend an interview. That's January 10th of last year. And they didn't interview him about the weather or about the health or national security. He knew what they were going to interview him about. And then on the 12th, he was interviewed. This is January 12th of last year. It's right here. A judge's rule interview was held with Mr. Holness. He was cautioned and he answered questions asked without an attorney present. And then they asked him for more information. Then January 22nd, they asked about a credit card. So he knew back then, but somebody could reasonably said, well, you're supposed to get a letter notifying you that you are on the investigation. Well, lo and behold, here comes the letter. May 5th, 2023. Letter sent to Mr. Holness by the DI, Director of Investigation, advising him of the referral received for investigation. And the referral was for two issues. One, providing false information, knowingly providing false information, and two, illicit enrichment.
Is it confirmed that the referral did say that?
All right, well, let's go back and see what they look at. Let's go back and see what they look at. Here it is right here in the title. It says, in respect of concerns that he owns assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings. That's it. And that he made false statements in his statutory. Look, let me big it up so people can see it. There it is. The second underlined line, beginning, the most honorable Mr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, for the years 2019-2022, in respect of concerns that he owns assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings. That's illicit enrichment. And that he made false statements in his statutory declarations by way of omissions. Can't hear you, Isaac.
I was saying, do you see how they leave all of these things open-ended? You are interpreting owns assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings as illicit enrichment. Because they could have just said illicit enrichment.
Correct.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That is something that we would hope would be strengthened, because then we wouldn't be having this debate. Because persons are saying it and leaving it for people who don't want to sign on to the code of conduct and display of integrity to have to say, well, I interpret this to be something that is not good. It's too much wiggle room.
Right. But if you go further in the document, they explain to you that owning asset disproportionate to your lawful earnings is illicit enrichment. They explain that further on. But you're right. In the title, they should have just put it right there.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I made this statement last night while we were on the Partner Draw TV, that it's kind of painful to have to go through at least 155 pages to get to the conclusion. There is no executive summaries in terms of markers for you to say here, here, and here for people to kind of be able to navigate the document. And so my disappointment, and it's not a criticism or an attack, but for purposes, especially when you're educating the public, is to give people things that they are able to digest, because you're not only communicating with academics, you're communicating for the people to understand, especially at a time when the most important thing for people is how they are going to allocate their votes.
You won't find get any argument from me there. Let me just go back. I was trying to find the section where they actually discuss that the illicit enrichment, but we will get to it. Let me just go back to the timeline, and then we get to the accounts and all of that. All right, here we go. All right, let me put it up at the stage. All right, so he was interviewed. Right, he was interviewed in January. It's right there, January 10th. No, sorry, January 12th. He was interviewed outside the presence of his lawyer, and they had communications going back and forth. And then on May 5th, he received the letter. Now, here is something that I found kind of interesting, all of you panelists. On May 26th, pull this up. Tell me I'm wrong. A letter was sent to Mr. Holness by the DI providing him with an update on the investigation. What does that mean?
That they updated him on what they were doing.
No. I don't know how that work. I don't know how that works. How do you update somebody about an investigation that you're conducting against the world I came from? You don't do that. You don't. And it's not even as if they ask him. They sent a letter as well.
Yeah, but you know why I like that they do it this way? I'm just gonna, and I could be wrong about this, but why I like that they're doing it this way is because throughout the investigation, they're not investigating him in the usual manner where they say you're guilty, prove to me you are innocent. They're giving you the utmost respect to exonerate and redeem yourself. They're not suggesting from the forefront that what you are doing is illegal. They're saying this doesn't look right. Please assist us to vindicate you. So they've bent over backwards literally and have gone through a long period of being gagged and assisted you to dig yourself out of the dirt and the mud. And at the end of the most significant thing in the report is saying that we are at an impasse. We're unable to proceed further because you're not cooperating. You're not giving us the information so that we can be satisfied that this thing is not something untoward. And so I don't have no objection to what the Integrity Commission has done. Kudos to them.
Right. I have an objection. It's a hard-nosed objection, and it's that when you're investigating somebody, I understand where you're coming from, but the thing is, I would not give any leeway to the Prime Minister versus Joe Blow on the street, because you know what happened? I guarantee you, if this was some clerk who barely went over the threshold, because it's $12 million now for them for you to submit a statutory declaration, and if there's a clerk who make or somebody who make $12.5 million, they would not be extending these courtesies to that person. They would not be saying, okay, fine, we're giving you an update and let you know what we're doing and we're coming at you for this and that. They would just come at the person. And that's why I'm saying if you're gonna dispense justice, then dispense it fairly and equally. You can't give nobody no lie. And in fact, that is one of the words that the Prime Minister used in it before Parliament, the day the thing was submitted. Him said, no, Jamaica's a place where people get blind. Well, we don't want that. We don't want that.
Moratti, do you think that the government of Jamaica, especially law enforcement, have the kind of technical training to investigate these financial crimes? Because that, to me, seems like one of the deficiency.
Well, if you listen to what, and by the way, under the Integrity Commission Act, the police, the JCF could have conducted this investigation. And if you listen to what the Minister of National Security said, he said we have some of the finest investigators in North America, in this hemisphere. He said. So I know what you're saying, that maybe they don't have the quality, the talent. Maybe they don't have it, or maybe they just don't have enough of those people to go around. But take a look at this, people. All of you who you want to know, you hear Maverick say, want to know how you get rich, Prime Minister. Take a look at this bank statement here. This is a bank accounts declared for 2021. Right? I want you to pay attention, folks, to look at the second entry. Wherever you say JMD, that's Jamaican dollars. Where you say BNS, that's Bank of Nova Scotia, right? Now, the first one, Bank of Nova Scotia, he has Jamaican account, dollar account, and that's 25,641. Look at the second one. That is a US account, and him have $67,000 in that account.
67,000 US.
US. Come down with me a little bit further and come down to the one Citibank entry. One Citibank entry. Right? Where it says City, USD, $713,528. And then go 2 entries, 2 below that, you see another US account, 51,141. Where our Prime Minister get them money from?
Foreign. From the US.
When get them money up?
I know we're laughing.
Argue that a chicken feed, Mr. Rattigan.
I know, because here's why it's chicken feed. We have heard about 28 accounts. What we have not heard about, overseas.
What is in the other account?
Exactly. And I'll show you where they ask him about the overseas account. And mum's the word. Mum's the word. But this is where we are start with, our Prime Minister, who, keep in mind that he never had like a real 9 to 5, He was always working for the government, or I think a couple of years he worked for a charity.
No, he worked for Edward Siaga for a good amount of his years.
Then that a government him work for them.
No, remember Edward Siaga at the time, he was the personal assistant to Edward Siaga.
A government that man.
Oh, okay, well.
All right. Look at this question that them ask him. Look at this. Because him that play hardball in them, never want come out and give them. It's almost like I can understand them have to pull things out time because him give some things, him not give the other things. Look what I'm saying. If you believe that you have omitted any other information with respect to your income, assets, and or liabilities, whether they exist locally or abroad, of the 28 accounts, not a single one of them, from what I can tell, is an overseas account. I think the Citibank account is the Citibank in Jamaica. I think that's it. I don't see anything from St. Lucia. You see anything from St. Lucia or any other?
No, none of them.
Jamaica has a Citibank.
Yeah, there was a Citibank in Jamaica. It's for investment.
Oh, I really
remember the Citibank with the
I think it's for Oak Road.
Yes. Up on the rich people place. It's
That's how we spot the French embassy, the man, Panda.
No, wait, man. Yeah, you have Jamaica. Jamaica, how's that?
No, in that Hillcrest, right? There's a Hillcrest.
Hold on,
And
Jamaica House, them
Yeah,
Bob Marley.
you be right hand side of Galigani. Right hand side of
Yeah,
Galigani.
man, you see it.
yeah,
Yeah,
the right there, so at
Up,
Hillcrest
up.
Avenue.
Yeah.
Only Tapanaris people go at them place there.
That's why I don't know it. My name go in there yet, ever.
No, you soon go in there. Remember, say next year, them time, you're minister, you know.
No, you see it? You know what that sound like? You have to be minister to make them kind of money there.
But I don't think you would be illicit.
We don't want to get into them kind of problems there where we have to say money come from foreign.
Now, here is something that some people look at and say this might have something to do with money laundering. Some people have said that here are two accounts that him open, and in 2016 him not do no transactions in it at all. Him do one transaction in 2021, and here's another one. He had one transaction in 2016, one in 2019, one in 2021. So the question is, how you can have bank accounts that you do transactions once every 3 years out of it? And look at this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. This, and I'll tell you why I say this. I used to work with some folks who they were heavy into, and in fact, one of my unit as a spin-off that actually looked at some of these things with oligarchs, or they moved money. And there's a particular country, I won't name the country, where the nationals, some of the nationals, and they're known for this, they open bank accounts all over the world. And it's a bank, they are bank accounts of convenience. So if you want to move some money, they will sell you the account and they will show you how to move the money. They'll provide you with everything. I'm not saying that this is what happened here, but it's just kind of strange that you would open an account and for 1, 2, 3, 5 years, 6 years, you make one transaction in the account. This don't look good at all. This don't look good. But in all fairness, the director of investigation said, and he didn't mention them. He said that these accounts, the omissions could have been inadvertent. So he gave him a blind on this one. And give him a blind on that. Let me pull up another one.
There is, I don't think a lot of people understand, that this report is so complex, and the amount of things, the amount of cases, the amount of things were in the report. You have to take probably about a month to dissect it,
You're right. You're absolutely correct.
Which is why the position certainly is that whilst you're willing to give somebody benefit of the doubt that maybe all of these allegations will come to naught, what you can do is to leave it hanging, and why on a moral plane, the idea that you would step aside to protect the integrity of the office is really the true question. I would hate to believe that for real. To borrow from the words of a famous vlogger, he went from bro God to chop law, right? So I don't want to believe that the prime minister was able to run a country, get a doctorate, and chop the line at the same time. So it's just not something that you would want to have for your prime minister or anything like that. So I just feel like whether it's true or not, we need to just take that dark cloud from over the government.
Well, they asked him about some accounts that he didn't claim, and they found the accounts. I'd mentioned that. But let me just go back. I see I have here illicit enrichment 3.1, 5.5. Let me go to 3.1. Like Andre said, this thing, there's so much inside of it that there's so much inside of it that it's going to take a while. I mean, there's a section where when you see the money start flowing between the different companies, that one is going to take a long time to kind of finish that one, to go through that. Well, let me show you something about 5.53 where they ask him questions about, and this is gonna go back now to the corruption prosecutor to show you that I don't know what happened, but she actually made a mistake. I think she made a mistake. Here we go. Hold on, Mr. Holness. Okay, here we go. All right.
While you pull that up, Rattigan, somebody asked if the Prime Minister is in New York. Yeah, there's a little thing happening in
It's
New
not
York.
a little thing, Kevin. Him have
Big deal.
him
No.
have a big,
No, folks
big
remember
crowd.
that there were 4 accounts that the Integrity Commission found out about that the Prime Minister didn't mention them. Now here is one of them. 2 of the accounts were in his mom's name. One is in his father's name, and one is in a constituency member's name. Now this one, when they asked him about it, he said the account belongs to my father. Other than my name being added to the account many years ago as a precaution in the event of an emergency, I claim no interest in the account and it is not part of my assets. So what he's saying is that I know that my name was on the account. He said that clear right here. He's and the other thing is that he was putting money through these accounts. He was sending money to these accounts from his personal account. Look at the number, that's account number 21. Look at 64 and 60. He said these accounts belong to my mother, Carol Harvey, other than my name being added to the accounts many years ago as a precaution event of an emergency. I claim no interest. So again, he's saying my name is on the account, but I claim no interest. But he's using the account. His money is going through the account. Now the last one, he said, this is the one with the constituency member's name on it. He said, I was unaware of the existence of this account until your query. Not sure, this is a different one. This is a different one. This is another, this is an investment. This is an account that switched over from one type to another type because the bank changed their status. I mean, it's hard to keep up sometimes with all the stuff that's going on here.
But you see, here it is in alignment with his statement. He did not say he knowingly. He said he did not intentionally.
Right. No.
Rattigan, Denise Morgan says that you're lying on our Prime Minister.
But it's argued though, gentlemen, that it is so hard for him to keep up with the amount of accounts because there are plenty. So I don't think it's deliberate. Probably he genuinely, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. He probably genuinely never remembered about those.
No, but what up when you send money to the account? Hold on. Here it is right
That's
here.
Automatically, he doesn't know that is happening when it happens. It's
here it is.
You know,
it says
he didn't intentionally send it there.
Was opened by his father, and he was added as a joint. And look at this. It's to reveal that at least 4 deposits made to this account were made from 2 accounts on which Mr. Holness is noted as principal and joint account holder, respectively. So he was actually depositing money in that account. So how can you say you don't know about the account and you're sending money to the account?
Oh,
I don't understand that one there. And here it is right here. He said they said an examination of the transaction history revealed that at least 4 deposits made to this account between 2019 and 2022 were made from 2 accounts ending in 85 and 60 on which Mr. Holness is noted as principal and joint account holder, respectively. Look at the next one. This one is from his mother, and he was added to the account. And it look at this. Look at what it says. It says an examination of the transaction history revealed that funds totaling 2.6 million were transferred from this account to account number 19, which is solely owned by Mr. Holness. From that account into your account, and you say you don't know about it? No, man. It gets worse. Look at this. The transaction history also shows that between February and December 2021, transfer totaling 1.2 million were made to account number 85, another account solely owned by Mr. Holness.
You know, Mr. Rattigan, I have to cut you because after perusing the 28 accounts, I'm appalled that my favorite Jamaican is not on any of those accounts.
Who that?
It's wife.
Hey, Rob.
I'm completely upset about that. Me, you in raising your daughter, the least you can tell her is when you get your man have to at least put it on one account.
Look, here are here is the activity on the accounts, you know. So money is going out and coming in, withdrawing and it's sending it, withdrawing to his account, sending money to their account, and then him turn around and say, I don't know anything about it. Here's another one. Here's another one.
So basically, you're arguing that there is active account transactions in the accounts that him never.
Exactly. And here's another one, account number 60. It says an examination of the transaction history shows that a total of 1.9 million was transferred from account bearing number 85, an account owned solely by Mr. Holness. Here's another one. A total of 180 was also transferred to account number, an account jointly owned by Mr. Holness and one of his sons. And here they have the transactions going back and forth. No, man. Let me oh, this is the one where he said he didn't remember. He said his name being on the constituency members account. Her name is Elizabeth Reed. He said, who worked in my constituency.
Finey that, finey. Hey, hey.
You know her?
I know her, Lord Jesus. Elizabeth Reed.
Are you a friend, Andre? Are you a friend? Are you a friend?
Well, you remember Royal Reed had a helper. Wait. You remember Royal Reed had a helper? Do the man.
Wait, are the same helper? Are the same lady?
But do the maths.
Do the maths.
The last name, Kevin. Come on, man. The last name.
Yes.
I God. Let me say no more.
But look at what the Prime Minister says, right? Them ask him, how did your name end up on this lady's account? And here's his answer. I do not recall the circumstances in which my name was added to her account.
I can't tell you how her name got.
I did not intentionally add my name to this account.
I can't tell you how she got added to the account.
No, he got added to the account. It's her account.
Yeah. But you know, should not that. If you know, you see where I'm getting it. Not that. So. Him being on the account when she need to do the transactions and the withdrawals, making sense now? Should I just go say, Bossy, remember if you take this from me, Bossy, because he's one of them that believes that it's modern time and you should be using the something there system, the bank, the something there.
The
electronic banking system. So that is how he got caught and added to that account. But I don't
helping out the situation. So being a good Samaritan, helping out the situation, he got caught up in it. So he didn't intentionally. Here we go.
That's why you hear him. You know the reason to Mr. Rattigan. Why you hear him say him can remove her from the account is because him fire her.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. He can remove her from the account, but it's her account.
Remove his name from the account because him not need to do the further transactions for her.
Okay.
He moved his name only with attention by the Director of Investigation. Isaac, you had mentioned something about illicit enrichment. Here's it. They're discussing illicit enrichment and see what they say. Net worth grew by 51.5 million over the 5-year period. Unexplained changes in net worth was calculated as almost 4.5 million. And this is how they're looking at it under illicit enrichment. So it is what it is, brother. And here is
Let me just give clarity, because I as I say, we have a whole audience and we have a whole country trying to get an understanding of what's going on. In communicating to him in the letters, there were no signposts like 5.8.
right. I
Huh?
haven't seen the letter.
No, I know, but I'm saying that when we are, that's another thing too. But they're the lawyers, and he has some very huge. He has huge lawyers. They have huge hands. They're like king's counsels and stuff like that. And they wrote and they set out pedantic dates. Like they went. He did a interview and nobody told him about it, and it was the day after the interview, so he didn't lie. You know, some stuff, and whether the knowledge that he came into. And then, I mean, there was a time when people were saying, why is the prime minister so quiet? It is now apparent.
Right.
I'm just saying, report as detailed as it is, one wonders if the communication was detailed and clear, i.e. this letter, this updated letter is in relation to illicit enrichment.
Look at this quote right here. It says, at its most basic level, the act of illicit enrichment can be broadly defined as the enjoyment of an amount of wealth that is not justified through reference to lawful income. And I will show you later on where they said that they can't figure out where some of this money come from. They can't figure it out. Here is another section for your brother Isaac.
Hold on, before you give him that section, let me address one of the listeners, participants in the chat. Mr. Dennis Morgan, sir, if that is who you are. The questions that you're presenting, and I'm assuming that you're presenting it to one of the panelists, making a mockery of the name, the better, first. Secondly, why are you asking a question about something that has already been revealed? What is your purpose? State your purpose. If you have something to contribute to this particular broadcast and the things relating to it, let's do so. If not, go somewhere, anywhere but here, because you're not helping. You're not. I understand an opposing point. Present one. Don't try to come at people. Don't come at anybody on this panel. Right now, there are people that are willing to get you banned. I am saying, no, don't ban him. So right now, I am the one that is preventing you from being banned. And I can easily ban you. What I'm saying is, if you have something to contribute, go ahead and contribute it. If you have an opposing view, go ahead, present it. We welcome that. Outside of that, call somebody out of them name one more time. I dare you.
Okay.
Mr. Rattigan.
Talk to Jellyhead TV too, because it said I'm defending criminal politicians.
Where's Jellyhead?
Where?
Well, I don't know. See, it sounds like Isaac is taking up for this criminal politician.
Give me the time. Just give me the time.
It's at 2:27. I just don't understand.
No, it can't be 2:20.
Why are you defaming me, Jelly? You have money?
Wait, when
my lawyer run this program, will come at you, Jellyhead TV. Take your whole station and put the Reggae Global emblem on it.
Exactly. Let me just, since we talk about the accounts, the 4 accounts, and him say yes, and him put money through it, and him know about it, and let's look at what the prosecutor said, what the prosecutor did. All right. Let me go up. Here we go. All right. Now, to be clear, the prosecutor only received one recommendation, and the recommendation was to consider whether to prosecute for knowingly providing false information, right? And from what we have seen, he himself said, I am a joint holder of the account. I'm aware of the account. My parents put me on their accounts. The one with Finite, don't worry about that. But there are 2 with my mother, 1 with my father. I'm aware of those accounts, and I've actually used those accounts for transactions, right? And he did not mention them. Now, here is what the corruption prosecutor said, and it's right here. She said, Section 43 prescribes a person who knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration commits an offense. And let's move on down. And then she started talking about the facts and this and that and that. And she even put up the Prime Minister's response that I showed previously. She said, belongs to my father, Morris Holness. My name is on the account. In the event of an emergency, I claim no interest in the account and it's not part of my assets, but him use it. We have monies from the account affiliated with his personal accounts. Same thing with 64. There are 4 accounts, 21, 64, and 60. Same thing him say about him mother. Let me see if I can get this bigger. Okay. There you go. So those are the 3 accounts. And then the other one is with that. Now, here is what the Bank of Nova Scotia, here's what the bank sent to the Integrity Commission. Account 21, AH, Honorable Prime Minister, HPM, Honorable Prime Minister, and his father, Morris Holness. See that? The account holders. This is what they send him as of May 30th, 2023. Now, the period we're looking at, is 2021, right? So it's included in this. Second one, 64, it's the Prime Minister and his mother and his sister are the account holders. Account number 60, or ending in 60, the Prime Minister, his mother, and his sister again. And this last one is with Finey, right? Now, look at the dates that they were open, 89, 84, 75, 2005. But they're still active as of 2023. They weren't closed. And they were being used. And he knew. Now, folks, if I didn't see this in writing, I would never believe it. Not this that you're looking at, but I'm going to show you. If I didn't see it in writing, if somebody tell me so the corruption prosecutor said this, I would have said no, not Gossa, because remember, the investigators, and we have the chronology where they sent documents to Bank of Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia responded with information. And as a result of that information, the investigators compiled a report and they said, yes, he's a joint account holder, and yes, he has used these 3 accounts. The 4th one with the lady that referred to as Finance, no, we don't see anything going from any of his accounts or coming from her account to his. We don't see any connection there. But the 3 accounts, 2 with his mom, 1 with his dad, we see stuff going on, right? Now, here's what she said. Let me just go to the first one. They asked him 60. How are you associated? He said, it's primarily held by my mother. My name was added for survivorship reasons. So him same name upon it. 60. Them ask him again upon 60, what was the source of funds? Him say, I'm not able to say with certainty, but I believe it's national insurance payments. And then look at what him said. There are also transfers from my personal accounts to look at the very, man, I have to big this up. Hold on there. Look at the very last line. So it says, there are also transfers from my personal accounts to Bank of Nova Scotia account ending in 60. So he knew about this account and he's been sending transfers to this account or transfers received from this account. He knew, but he didn't report it. Let's go up some more. They asked him about 64. He said it's held by primarily by my mother. And same thing, my name was added for survivorship reasons. What was the source of funds? Hear him say again, I'm not able to say with certainty and completeness. My mother is retired and it's a pension. Look at the second to last line. They were also transferred from my personal accounts to Bank of Nova Scotia account ending in 64. He was using the account. That's 2. We could go to the number 3. That's account number 21. Same thing. This one is held by his father, Morris Holness. My name was added. All 3 of them, you know, him say, yeah, I'm a joint holder. My name is on it. And all 3 of them, what was the source of funds? Look at what he said. Look at the second to last line again. They were also transfers from my personal accounts to this account. Now, how you say that you don't know? How you don't knowing? How you know report this? And remember, no, this is going on up to 2023. This is where it go up to. Now, let me show you her reasoning. But making false statement, she go through the false statement, blah, blah, blah. She said, in her reasoning, she said, yes, there's no dispute that he had to file because he was a joint account holder of the accounts based on that. Now, she said something here. All right. Look at the sentence. I don't know if you can see this thing starting with having right here. Look at the rest of the page. Look at this. It says, having established that these accounts are considered assets and should have been disclosed. The question is whether or not these accounts should have been disclosed. No, does that make sense? Does that make sense to anybody? She said, we have established that these accounts are considered assets and they should have been disclosed. But now we're going to consider the question whether they should have been disclosed. She just said that they should have been disclosed. Look again. Tell me, Prezi, Kevin, people in the chat. Tell me, Semira. It says right here. This is from the corruption prosecutor. She said, having established, look, she started up by saying, no, was there an obligation to declare the account? And she got through the analysis, and she said right here, having established that these accounts are considered, well, let me start over. Having established, so we shall say, we prove that now, that these accounts are considered assets and should have been disclosed. The question is whether or not these accounts should have been disclosed. That makes absolutely no sense to me. If you say that they should have been disclosed, then why you consider the question whether they should have been disclosed? It makes no sense. So once you see that, you see where this go. Then would I call it a non sequitur, meaning that it not follow. But once you see that, you know where to go. And then she come on and she talk about this one, the second account that he was using the account. And that them tell her this and tell her that, blah, 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 blah. No. Here's what she said. Let me go back and say, account 60. Hold on. All right. All right. Account 60. Look at what she says in the second sentence, the second line from the top. Right? Let me make it big. She said the statement noted that in relation to Nova Scotia account number 60, the relevant signature sheet does not assist in determining when the Prime Minister was added to the account, as that document is illegible. How come the investigators them say, yeah, it's legible? Them could have seen it. How come she couldn't see it? And if she couldn't see it, wouldn't it make sense for her to approach the investigators and say, listen, I can't make it out now. How want to make it out in the report want to put out? And say, yeah, is a giant holder. I can't make it out. So explain that to me. She says illegible. And she said, Additionally, no other evidence was provided on file to establish whether independently or from questions posed to the Prime Minister when he became a joint account holder for this account. The man said, "Dep on it." The man said, "I'm on it."
All right. First thing. If is she required to ask anybody else how they could see whether or not the information is on this form, or can she just take the position to say, "Well, I cannot make it out, so then because I can't make it out, we can't make a decision"?
But Kevin, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. You're asking if she's required to ask somebody, if she could have asked somebody. Of course, they work in the same. This work in the same.
No.
Same.
Is she required to ask, or can she just come and make her declaration?
As a prosecutor, you would think that yes, you want to be above board with all of these things. So you would have got to common sense would say if you can't read it. But remember, their report, in their report, they read it because there was no ambiguity in their report. So then she could have said to them, say, "Well, maybe on print it wrong. Maybe when it go to the print, when it go to the machine, it come out and blah blah blah." But tell me, how did you guys arrive at he was on?
But she's not required.
No, but hold on. If we're actually the same thing, but when me I say is like in 2017 to 2023, only show his mother as the owner on the bank account. So it's like, what happened? How did he get on it? Because this is saying the banking transaction for this account for the period of 2017 to 2023 only show his mother as the owner. So at what point did he get on? Because them don't know the date when he get on, but him end up on it. When did he go on it? If in 2023 the mother was the only one on it, I don't know that. So did he remove himself and then erase the fact? What happened?
No, here's the thing. If he had been off, the investigators would have said that. They did not say that. They say, I remember they interviewed him, and he never said I was off the account. I remember he's using the account as well. He never said, "Hey, you know what?" Because that would be the perfect time when they ask about the account to say, "Yeah, I was on, but I'm off." He said, "No, I'm on the account, but I'm on the account for survivorship, so that in the event that appearance."
Hold on. So you're saying the bank issued a statement to say the mother alone upon it, but then in reality, him named upon it somewhere as show as ownership.
Right. The investigators, the documents they got from Bank of Nova Scotia indicated to them that he was on it. So what they did a report and said, yes, he's on it. Then they interviewed him and he said, "Yeah, I'm on it for survivorship purposes." And she now said, "I can't." So maybe the documents they're missing, but I don't think it's the same document she's looking at as the same documents are the same documents that they looked at.
That means the film name not come out on the statement then. That means when the statement print, film name not on it, period.
There you go. But him still have to explain, why is it that you say you're on the account, you're using the account, and we have documents evidencing that you're on the account, but now we say where the corruption prosecutor said, first of all, one of the documents, I can't make it out. It's illegible. And then the other document, I only see mother. Wouldn't it make sense then? Because remember now, they gave her the report, They gave her the report. Wouldn't it make sense for her to just cross the hall or pick up? These people, they're colleagues. They work for the same agency, Integrity Commission. And that's why I've been making the argument from day one that this is a flawed system, because they should operate under a fusion center concept where they come together from Jump Street. And she should have said to them, "Listen, in order for me to prove this case, whether it's intent or whatever, I am going to need the following things." And they work hand in glove. Instead of having them work in silos and now them bring the report to her, and now she's saying, "I don't see the document, and one of the documents that could prove this thing, I can't make it out." Then why she never go back to them? Why she not go back to them? It sounds to me right here that document's missing. It sounds to me because she's saying, I have no documents that him is on it, and the one document that could help me, I can't read it. Meanwhile, they're saying he's on it. We have the documents from Bank of Nova Scotia. And when they interviewed him, he said, yeah, I'm on it. And she said, no, she said, no, I can't prove intent. I don't have anything that he was a joint holder. So we could go to 64. 64 is the same thing. She said it only show one name, and that's his mother. And there's no evidence that this account is jointly owned. But the investigators are saying something else. I can't square this. And they work for the same agency. And so she come out and she said, no, I don't see any documents here. Meanwhile, the investigator saying, yeah, we have the documents. And he's saying, yeah, I'm on it. Not only am I on it, I use the accounts too. So,
but could we argue that as is it being him father and him mother that he's really on the account to give them some financial support from time to time? Just asking.
Well, you know what? He could have said that, Andre, but he didn't do that. He said, I'm on the account for survivorship purposes only. What does that mean? It means that when them dead, and if they predeceased him, if them dead before him, then that money wouldn't necessarily go through probate. It would just go straight to him. So him said, put me on it for survivorship. But think about it. I mean, but remember, no, he was passing millions through the accounts. And him say, yes, when they ask him, yeah, I'm on it. I mean, let me go back up there, son, because people might think I make this up. Hold on. See there, when them ask him, all right, here it is. He said, other than my name being added to the accounts many years ago as a precaution in the event of an emergency, I claim no interest in the accounts and they're not part of my assets. Yet he was sending money through the accounts. He was sending millions through the accounts, and they ask him, here it is. I mean, it not get no better than this. This is what Scotiabank sent to the investigators. Them say account number 21, two names on the account, Andrew Holness and his father. 64, Andrew Holness and his mother and his sister. 60, Andrew Holness, his mother, his sister. 42, Andrew Holness and Finey. And they put the dates that they open, and then they say, as of May 30th, 2023, the accounts are still active. And not once did he say to them, I'm not on the account. Not once. So, but let's get back to her reasoning. Because this lady here, I don't know what's going on with her now.
And I need to interrupt your reasoning for a second. Her reasoning for a second, Mr. Rattigan. Two questions. One, based on Andre Allen's comment, his question to you is actually, do you think that the US is watching this guy? That's his question to you. If the US is watching the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that simply answers that question. And the other one is a statement by Andrew Hewitt Production, where he says Andrew should sue everybody for defamation of character. I don't know if that is relating to people being daft, but defamation of character. I guess he's saying defamation of character.
Okay.
Now, what grounds would Andrew Holness have to sue anybody on defamation of character when this is information that is being presented that is, well, for all intents and purposes, true and factual?
Well, let me make it clear to everybody watching at home or wherever, and bars, the markets, in your car, and those in the chat. Truth is a complete defense to any action of defamation. So if somebody said you defame me and you can show that whatever you said was truthful, there is no action. There is no action. The action will be terminated. So if we're looking at information that's put out by the Integrity Commission and they have their documentation to evidence the truth of the matter asserted. So if what they're saying is true and it's being shown right now, Mr. Holness there's no case to be brought. There's no case to be brought. Truth is a complete defense. Plus, also remember, he's a public figure. So he's not like a private person who they would have a little bit more protection. You know, he's a public figure. And the law says, hey, once this document is tabled, you can release it to the world. So the world is looking at, oh, by the way, speaking of the world, we are the laughing stock all over the world. I'm getting calls from all over the globe. And people are saying they're laughing at us. Meaning that they're saying, oh, but never know Jamaica, you know this corruption business though. We are being laughed at.
I want you to clarify the us who is the laughing stock, sir. Because somebody going to take out this little snippet of what you said and just said all over the world people are laughing at us.
Let me a phone call and it had to do with Namibia, which is southwest Africa, right? And there were people there talking about this report and our prime minister's involvement. And they were laughing. They were laughing about this, saying in a derogatory manner. They were saying things in a derogatory manner. And that's not nice, man.
About Jamaica.
About Jamaica and our prime minister, yes. And then people don't forget that this report in this digital age, everybody has access, like almost immediate access. And guess what? Next week he will be sitting in the UN, starting next Tuesday, and he will be sitting with his colleagues, world leaders. And you think them no know? You're muted, Andre.
He made a presentation this morning at the UN.
Yeah, you think them no know? You think them no know about this?
Them call it the Summit of the Future. He made a presentation.
Of course. Yeah, because what happened is that these things are planned out like a year in advance. So them say, okay, the prime minister will come and give a speech. So them come and give him speech. But think about what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about what the neighbors say at the dinner table. You know, worry about what them say after you come out of the driveway.
Well, they did this. We got a lot of that today.
Of course, that's perfunctory. You have to do that. It's a UN.
Yeah, after I heard it, I did it about 7 times. I was like, them people here, if them learn if they're professional clappers. And then I realized it come with practice.
Yeah. No, look at 16. 16. Remember now, 2 accounts now. She said, nah. This account, she said, he had a duty, one with his father. One of them, right? She said, he had a duty to report this one. She said, I found information linking him to this account, and therefore, the very last sentence, she said, consequently, the prime minister had a duty to declare the savings account in his statutory declaration, right? Now, she go on now and say, is there prima facie evidence of making a false statement by omission? So she's saying, legally, can you make a false statement if you don't report something? Because when people think about false statement, they think about somebody reporting something that's not true. Mm-hmm. But the question now is, can you make a false statement by omitting certain things? And the answer, of course, is yes, right? So then she went on, and then she started giving this case, Regina v. Fiona Jones.
She cited case references.
Yeah, but this is not on. It's an election. It's an election case. It's not. I can pick this apart. It's an election case. That the fact. And then what she did, she went and looked at 3 provisions. She said, One, the defendant must make a declaration, right? Two, the declaration must be false. And three, the defendant must know that the declaration is false. And so she went on to say, I don't think the Prime Minister knew that what he was doing was providing false information by his omissions, which it makes absolutely no sense given the evidence. She said the declaration was false. She said the defendant knew such declaration to be false, but she said no, he didn't. He didn't know that it was. She got into his head now, and now she starts saying, no, he didn't know that it was false, even though the evidence suggests otherwise. When you give an interview and you said, I know my name is on the account, and here is the reason why my name is on the account, and I have been using that account, but I'm not reporting that account. I'm not reporting it. And then the prosecutor said, you know what? I don't think he knowingly provided false information by his omission, by not telling us. I mean, do your job, corruption prosecutor. Bring the case and make a judge decide or a jury decide. You can't just...
Rattigan, sorry, do you think that a prima facie case was made up?
Based on the facts, yes.
I tend to agree with you. I wonder if, but I don't know the role of the director of corruption prosecution, because she seemed to have tried the case, made the defense, and set that out, including providing the case law to rebut. So it sounded more like a submission that you would make to a judge rather than the defense would make to the judge rather than her man. But I suppose that's something we should think about, whether a prima facie case was made out, and then sufficiently it ought to have been a judge who made the determination.
For the simple people that are amongst you attorneys, a prima facie case is what?
A prima facie case is saying that something is true until proved otherwise.
So sufficient evidence enough for it to be put to the trial of fact and trial of law. But and the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt is not necessary at this stage.
Exactly. It's more probable than not.
It's more probable enough for the trial of fact, the umpire of fairness, to take part in. So the exercise that she did was saying that I don't think it can get there beyond a reasonable doubt, and I just don't think, I think a judge would disagree.
I don't know if she's afraid to prosecute it, and I'm not accusing her.
So in other words, she never bother waste the court time.
But hold on, Andre. But Andre,
looking out for the court.
Talk about wasting court time. Remember, there's a gentleman named Vaz who failed to file, and he's supposed to pay $250,000, and the man said, "Yes, I'll pay," and they still take him to court. That's waste of taxpayers' money, because you cannot get more than the $250 from him. And him say, "I am willing to pay the $250," and they said, "No, we're going to court."
But they also got a chance to drag his name through the mud.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that
I accuse him of illicit enrichment when it wasn't so, and now here on the other side of it, where there are by reference, inference, innuendos, illicit enrichment going on, they're saying, "Oh, we're not going to try to check this," and there's a all-out defense of how dare you drag the Prime Minister's name through the mud, but it was okay to do that to Darrell.
All right. Let me ask.
Not Darrell, Young Vaz. Let me before me get myself in problem.
And ask him to take over the podium on this one. There's a gentleman affiliated with the Prime Minister who is in charge of 2 agencies within the Prime Minister's office, who is a business partner with the Prime Minister. His name got caught up in this. And although they're saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing, there's a ethical problem here. with the Prime Minister establishing the most ethically bound group that you can think of, the Integrity Commission. Establishing it and then doing and then receiving the training, both ethics, and then go ahead. Andre, please talk to us about that gentleman.
Which gentleman is that?
The MP, in business partner who's in charge of the housing and something again.
Oh, you're talking about Mr. Brown, the one in the UDC and the Housing Association of Jamaica.
That same one.
That them have a real estate business.
That same one.
Together. That same gentleman who, from my understanding, whatever. No, I don't think I can talk because I said probably go have to go represent me in court. But
What you said about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, that movie?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm saying that there's a clear conflict of interest that the man is in charge of two of the most powerful organizations in the country, and he's yet the business partner of the Prime Minister. That to me is very Norman Brown.
You can't get sued for that. That is in fact a conflict, a clear conflict of interest. It's textbook conflict of interest. Should never have been allowed to happen and cannot be justified, whether morally or legally.
Right? And that's one of the issues that the Integrity Commission looked at, and they made a recommendation concerning the ethics of it. Because they say you cannot appoint a man to two agencies, housing agencies within your portfolio, and you have a business with him, some kind of business. And then we shouldn't forget that that the Prime Minister's wife was she's a developer, and we don't even know if she had any contact with this man. We have to wait until her report comes out to see what was said there. But let me just jump to.
Why would you say we have to wait until her report? So are you saying that you believe the Prime Minister's wife equally is under investigation for illicit enrichment?
I don't know for a fact, but I believe that to be the case.
Oh, interesting.
Now, let me show you something. You know, everybody hear about ADMAT, right? The St. Lucian Corporation.
Yes, that him.
All of that stuff. Look at what the Integrity Commission said. Look at the very last two lines. It is important to know that the source of funds used to acquire assets held by ADMAT was not verified by way of an investigation by the commission. You're saying is that we don't know where the money come from.
So ADMAT is not investigated, or them never get to go and look at nothing with ADMAT.
They looked at ADMAT because it wrap up ADMAT in 2021. It said so the line above that ADMAT had assets totaling 130 million Jamaican dollars, inclusive of residential and financial assets. And then they wound up their affairs December 30th, 2021, and they transferred those assets to the company called Imperium that was now owned exclusively by the Prime Minister. And they're saying that, look, when we look right there, we don't know where the money come from for ADMAT. So that's another investigation for FID. That's another investigation. Where did this money come from? We didn't even get to the cardless deposits yet. So the question at this point we have to ask is, what's going on with our Prime Minister? How can he be so? I'm not sure if he's a banker, an investment advisor, an investor, Prime Minister, educator, national security speaker. What other ministry over?
I know one thing he is for sure, and that is a Nancy.
Do better, Andre.
No,
I'd like for you to use Dr. Honorable, sir.
Context matters. Right, Mr. Buchanan? And
that is so.
If I say a Nancy I think he's one of the master Nancy's we have seen, because him running country, him running 3 additional companies. He's a father, he's a husband, he's a MP. Him have so many legs. So
Best baby father in Jamaica.
best baby father in the country. I believe he's definitely a Nancy.
You know,
Everybody's silent.
no, look at this other one here.
Address him as honorable and answer, sir.
This is a shortcoming of the Integrity Commission, and I'm glad they brought this up, because I've been lobbying for changes to the Integrity Commission Act. Look at what this says. What they say. They say declarants are only required to provide bank balances for funds held in bank accounts at the close of the statutory declaration period, that is December 31 yearly. And the submission of bank statements by declarants is optional. The foregoing poses a significant limitation to the Commission's ability to, on the face of the form, accurately determine declarants' total assets held in bank accounts. So it's just at the end of the year, you have to provide this. And what they're saying is that we don't get the statements, and so, we don't know. They might have to go back to the bank, and then what happened, like what happened with the prosecutor. They might get a document that you can't read. So, I mean, the more I look at this, and when I look at the monies passing through and how he's so busy. By the way, let me talk about the bond. Last night I said band, and I sat and Andre said band. I said no, bond. Talk about the bond. No, according to this report, the Prime Minister purchased a bond in the amount of $94,000 US. 60,000+ US contributed by him. 30,000+ US came from a charity that he was Jamaica Positive, that he was either chairman or board member of it.
Director.
Now
him and his wife.
Okay. So here's the problem with that now. They're asking questions like, by the way, when he purchased it, the benefits of the bond, the payments were made to the Prime Minister, not to the charity, directly to the Prime Minister. And when the bond was sold, the proceeds went straight to the Prime Minister, and he put it in his account.
Yay! What you said?
It's right here, sir.
Read it for them now, please. All of the hard-working charity people.
Hold on there. I'm going to find it.
So when you get the money, so it's not like him send back the money into the charity.
Correct.
So him take the money, and Lord God, diaspora people at 6 o'clock in gathering, at Lehman or Lechman College. I want to see the diaspora respond today.
Oh, I'll get to it.
Okay. Now to see what I mean by being brother Anansi. I wonder who his father took him. Hey, I God.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find this. Okay.
So hold on. I'm gonna try to figure out the math. So 70,000 from him, 30,000 from the charity. So that's like a 30% investment. And then when it mature, what happened? Him get 100% that, and then the charity is out 30K. I'm trying to figure out the math.
Yeah, he put the money, but he got back interest on it, and everything went to his account.
Mm-hmm.
Where was it supposed to go?
Where it come from?
Oh. Was just asking for a friend.
Yeah. I see it right here where the hold on. All right, let me put this up there so you can see this. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here it is. Based on the foregoing, the DI, Director of Investigation, is only able to attribute 30,000 219.18 and 31 to the source of funds identified by Mr. Holness in his explanation of the reference 94,000. The DI highlights that the 204 received by NCB between the 4th and 5th of September 19 would have sufficiently covered the bond placed by Mr. Holness. However, the source of funding identified by the bank did not totally support Mr. Holness's explanation that he previously provided. This raised questions as to whether his personal funds were commingled with the funds of the charity. Positive Jamaica Foundation. Mr. Holness was therefore asked to provide further and better particulars as to how he funded the purchase of the reference bond. And there's a section in here where it says that when they paid it back, it went to his personal account. So, I mean, all of this is going on. This don't look good. This don't look good at all. This don't look good.
So what does that mean? What can be done now? What with all of this? So I know we're gonna have some call to action, but we really want to know how we navigate something like this if we want to hold these leaders accountable.
Okay, here it is. Okay, here is where it's okay. Here 5.8.81. The evidence further indicates that the proceeds of the bond in question plus interest was repaid and transferred to Imperium's account bearing account number blah blah blah. Imperium was owned solely by the Prime Minister. So when they cash in the bond, when them take back the bond, when the bond was negotiated, the money went straight to Imperium, a company owned exclusively by the Prime Minister. So I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to say it.
Mr. Rattigan,
Yes, sir.
you just said the money from the charity helped to purchase the bond.
Yes.
And when the bond pay out, the money ended up in the company Imperium. Is that so?
Yes.
Oh.
Let me find it again. Let me say
No, and Jamaica.
Okay. Here it is. Hold on a second, Andre. Here it is right here. Look at 5.8.81. Here it is. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. Here it is. 5.8.81. The evidence further indicates that the proceeds of the bond in question plus interest was repaid and transferred to Imperium's account bearing account number blah 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 blah. And we know that Imperium was a company formed by the Prime Minister to take over the assets of ADMAT. When they closed ADMAT, he opened Imperium exclusively. Remember, ADMAT, he had his sons on it. Imperium, he was the only one on it. So it went straight to his account.
When was Imperium? Well, clearly it was open and running by then. But it was invested as a
Imperium
repo.
was formed in the prime of COVID 2021.
If it was formed in 2021, then how can these proceeds be deposited to it in 2020?
One of them is either 2020. It's no, one farm 2020 and the next two farm 2021.
Right. And what he did was when he closed ADMAT, they took all the assets and he formed this new company called Imperium. So Imperium received everything from ADMAT. And what he did was with ADMAT, he had his son's names on that. With Imperium, it was just him alone. So the money went straight into that account. Controlled.
But Ratty, remember, the ADMAT money, they couldn't verify where ADMAT money came, or it was reaching an ADMAT account. And then now the bond money, both of them in an Imperium. So is the Imperium publicly traded?
No, I don't think so.
But is the bond public funds? Because I'm just trying to get an understanding, because I want to know what is the issue we're identifying here.
The issue we're identifying is that he used...
It's a charity money.
Yeah, to purchase...
But are you saying he's not supposed to use the charity money to purchase a bond which was invested?
No, because what he did was he took... he purchased the bond using his personal funds, and he used money from the charity. And then when it matured, or when they called it, when they pay off the bonds, right, he used to receive the benefits from it personally. And then when Imperium was formed and they paid out the bond, the money went straight to Imperium's account. So right now there is no telling. There's no telling where that money went. If the money went back to the charity, we don't believe it went back to the charity. And then not only that, why wouldn't you, if you sent it, why didn't you receive it the same way you send it? Why didn't you say, okay, you know what, send me back my share and send the rest over to the charity? So right now, the Integrity Commission
might be making its way back to the charity
as we speak.
Yeah, because it was invested, and then it was making its way, but him have things doing. And I don't think I want to know if it's that he didn't. If it's that he lied. Did he lie? Did he say I used my personal money and they discovered it wasn't his personal money? I'm trying to identify the issue on this point.
No,
when I think what the lady said in the report was that it seemed as if he commingled personal fund with the fund of the organization. You did read that, Ratty?
Yes.
No, I know, I just want to know if commingling is bad. Is that a government thing or a personal capacity thing? How does it relate, or how does it affect the government? Because if it's almost like I would hear somebody say the Prime Minister was on TikTok begging lions and he get the lions and never declares him get a couple lions on TikTok. And I'm saying, is it that he's not supposed to be doing this, or what is it? Because I don't see how this aspect of it affects governance.
Integrity. And the banking system.
No, I'm not. This is genuine, so I'm trying to learn right here. So I don't want nobody think.
All right.
I thought
the advocate.
We're talking about the ethics right here.
Okay, right. Help me. He's not a lawyer. I thought his only lawyers needed ethics. So
no, but I'm talking about ethics right here. To know that you're purchasing something, and people have entrusted monies to you to do charitable work. And the charitable money is used to do your personal business. I don't know what you would tell me that look like.
No, but let me ask you something now. Me tell you, say, listen, when me win, you're gonna sleep with your windows and doors open, and that not happen. In the first 100 days, we're gonna do things and it don't happen. Why you feel say if you send little charity money, me not gonna do what I want to do with it? I don't know. Where's the deception here?
All right, let me show you the deception. There it is. He's saying that they made a mistake when they put the charity, the money from the charity along with his money and purchased the bond, right? But look at what the Integrity Commission found out. It says in C right here, Mr. Holness is presented with statements of account on a regular basis, which clearly shows the value of the instrument. That is $94,000 in addition to interest. Mr. Holness had not before June of 2024 indicating that his intentions were not as documented in the bond purchase agreement. Now, here's where we get into Here's where we get into the meat of the matter. The evidence indicates that on October 21st, 2020, adjustments were made to Mr. Holness's account on the basis that funds belonging to Positive Jamaica Foundation were erroneously deposited in said account. This transaction was reversed on October 26, 2020. There was no indication at this or any other stage that the $94,000 bond was incorrect. Here we go. The full proceeds of the $94,000 bond, inclusive of the $32,000, which is now being said to belong to Positive Jamaica Foundation, were transferred to Imperium and reinvested by that entity. In other words, the portion belonging to Positive Jamaica Foundation formed part of Imperium's assets for over 3 years and was a that entity as it deemed appropriate. The funds were only remitted to Positive Jamaica Foundation after inquiries were made. So they did turn it over, but they were using it. Now listen, having regard to the discrepancy.
Rinsing. So them rinse the money.
Yeah, after
washing.
But the question though, they try to get it back though, don't?
Hey, hold on a second. That's like going now and you go home and you see a picture on TV and you say, no, I'll take back the money. The crime has been committed. Bank robbery was committed. So it no matter if you give back the charity the money, the crime was committed the moment you take the money and you keep it for yourself and use it for 3 years.
And you make profit out of it and then you give them back what?
The problem with that is larceny by a public servant or larceny general is the taking and carrying away of the monies with the intention to permanently deprive. The money was returned and him fix it. Maurice B. Savage says the danger in it is that the payout only goes to his personal company. And then when he's alerted, he puts it back in an effort to make it right.
I said the intent to permanently deprive was formed when the act was initiated. You can't come later on and say, oh, I never meant to deprive it, because guess what? Had the Integrity Commission not gone to him and said, hey, or if somebody hadn't said to him, there's something wrong here with this money, chances are it would have never been returned. But listen to this. Having regard to the discrepancies identified in Mr. Holness's July 16, 2024 response, the evidence of the duly authorized officers at NCB and the representations made in his 2019 and 2020 statutory declarations regarding the bond. The Director of Investigation finds that an investigation surrounding the operations of Jamaica Foundation and the use of any funds held by this entity is warranted. So them are going to investigate them people. Feed are going to get involved in them. I mean, go ahead.
Who feed answer to?
Feed answer to Minister of Finance.
Who Minister of Finance answer to?
Prime Minister.
Okay.
I see where I go with it. Mm-hmm.
It's a corruption thing, Steve, my youth. But it seems as if, but for the most part, though, Will, it seems as if the people who wrote this report are people of integrity and good moral character, because it does seem as if they're trying to be fair and balanced. I'm not trying to, sound like much Fox News all the time, but they do sound fair and balanced. So,
that's not what the government is saying. The government is saying them bad and them need a overall.
Look at this one here, 5.8, and this is one that I asked Andrew to touch on. It says the DI notes that Estate Bridge, a private company in which Mr. Holness, by virtue of his interest in Imperium, and Mr. Norman Brown, who's a director and shareholder, are both personally invested and HAG and UDC. And HAG and UDC are all companies involved in, among other things, the business of real estate development. Further, the ministerial responsibility for both the HAG and UDC falls to Mr. Holness as Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Tell me, so that no sound funny. You in a business, a real estate business with this man, and this money around the housing thing them for you, and you in charge of you're Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
Okay, maybe I have a question. Maybe I can answer it. But like how Mr. Holness holds so many different ministerial portfolio, does he draw individual salaries for each portfolio that he manages?
No, I can answer that. What them name? ATI responded to me on that because I asked him. Yeah, he's Minister of Defense, he's Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. You have 19 ministries, and they said no, you just get one salary.
Right. So it's a lot of Ali Button and Nancy business going on.
So
Ali Button work for nothing, and this Prime Minister worked very hard.
Yeah,
So for the level of work, little bit of money that you're complaining about. The man have 10 jobs and you still a pressure him.
Well,
Yeah,
I object.
And he has to do those 10 jobs and earn his doctorate.
Right.
Work and study program, you know, and work and travel.
Well, no, I should have read the second part of this thing because it's deeper than the first part. It says both Messrs. Holness and Brown are therefore connected in a private business capacity and a professional capacity by virtue of their public functions, minister and chairman, respectively. The similarity in the functions of HAJ and UDC and the relationship between Messrs. Holness and Brown pose significant conflict of interest concerns. If this potential conflict of interest is not managed appropriately, it may be deleterious to the public interest. And then they went on to say there's no direct evidence that there was any impropriety, but still, you can't have this going on, man. And this is the man who get integrity training, you know, who asked for it and got it.
So if it is not appropriately managed, how do we appropriately manage that?
Good question, because especially in the context that these reports, like the trickling down, is at the end of the year, and we can't see the passing of monetary transactions in between. So it's difficult to even determine that you could detect any impropriety. But certainly in the legal aspects of it, we speak about this all the time, that justice must appear to be done, even if it's not being done. It's the appearance of bias and the appearance of the commingling. Is a nepotism and all of that makes it problematic. It's kind of like when the opposition had complained that it really isn't a good look that the husband and wife are on the show, and now you have business partners around the very agencies that is required for the flourishing of a construction business.
Right, permits. Permits.
Yeah, because they're the ones that do it, and they especially like that the wife is building up all in her personal capacity. So let me make that clear. She's building up all of these nice buildings and providing homes for Jamaica at nice, expensive, posh apartments in some of the great places. And is the Prime Minister's business partner that you have to go to for some of the permits and stuff to do whatever. It's not necessarily a good look. So
a question. She said, what is the IRS equivalent in Jamaica? It's the tax administration in Jamaica. And it's funny you mentioned that, Freedom, because guess what? There are two companies that filed, as they say in Jamaica, nil taxes. Right? Them not file no taxes. Them claims to them not do no business. But when the Integrity Commission went and checked, they found out, let me not talk about it. It's the one right there, so. Here's one right here. It is. I'll read it. The management account statement of comprehensive income for Positive Media is a company owned by the Prime Minister.
That him son them run.
Right. And he said, the management account statement for Positive Media provided by Mr. Holness and the company secretary, Mr. Donovan Williams,
who is also a member of parliament.
Talk out the things, Andre. And it says, Mr.
You don't know who Donovan Williams is, I said.
Is it related to the former
mayor, a Feda brother?
KSAC?
This feather brother where him run Central Kingston.
Yes, wow, more family relations.
So here it is.
Oh
It
my God, wow.
says that the income statement filed by both of them indicates that Positive Media earned 20 million from project, events, and media management for the year ending December 31st, 2021. This is also at odds with the filing of a nil tax return for 20. So they made 20 million and them say, we don't want no money. We don't file no taxes.
But Mr. Rattigan, I want to ask some questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Even though Positive Media is said to be registered in 2020, how long has this company been running prior to 2020?
I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'm not.
Yeah,
Oh, wait, what?
That's a good question because here's
because
the
from
whole
my
news works.
understanding, being here from those days,
right?
the faces that I see with Positive Media have been working in government from as far back as 2016.
All right, me could put it up. See it right as well.
Mr. Rattigan, the Positive Media that them say exists.
I know what you're saying.
I am asking if the government of Jamaica was paying those workers prior to 2020.
The report doesn't show that. Here's what the report shows. And I understand where and that's something worth pursuing. It says the evidence shows that Positive Media was incorporated on October 20, 2020. And at the time of incorporation, it had a total of 100 shares, with one held by a gentleman by the name of Mr. Mark Azan, and 99 held by Imperium, which is owned by the Prime Minister. And he said the Imperium's 99 shares, the Prime Minister forfeited them to his son, Andrew Matthew Holness. And Mr. Azan currently has one share, and Andrew Matthew Holness holds the remaining 99 shares. And before forfeiting its shares, Imperium invested 2 million into Positive Media. So
2.9 million. 2.9 million. It's almost $3 million that they invested.
There's so much. Yeah, 3 million. So that's one of the companies that they claim that they pay nil taxes. What does this portend, Isaac Buchanan? What does this portend in the tax realm? When you say we don't have no money coming in, but them can show that you actually had money coming in and you pay no taxes. Is there a criminal? Are there criminal consequences for that? In addition,
of course, remember those things. Those you're making declarations. So again, you'd have made false declarations and the tax court. But Millie says that once again they're accusing this panel of lying and not speaking the truth, and that people are dunce, and that Millie is not concerned with the Prime Minister taking any money, but rather the diaspora money that the partners speak of. I don't know what that means. So let me tell you why I raised that, because we always talk about ad hominem in terms of about attacking the person and not sticking to the issues. It cannot be that as educators, as a nation, the diaspora at large, in our culture, that the response to illegality, impropriety, immorality, any one of those things is talk about what you do, or talk about what the other people them did do for 18 years. Want them to FinSac report, publish that, and people are all right with it. Like we see how morally low and bankrupt people are to spend their hours to be on platforms to type this nonsense. There must be a marker for accountability. And it's really sad when I see people who I'm going to assume have some level of intellect trying to spew ad hominem, trying to attack the messengers that are trying to educate the people. On what basis can you say somebody lying? It could never have been the press release put out by lawyers who are trying to cloud the spaces. But Mark Golden did say, me's a lawyer too. And we're not afraid of your press release. Because we say what we say. And then a big KC where they make the other prime minister packing bags and go, come out again and say, pack your bags and go. So I'm just re-quoting what the big people them in the society say. As a little member and the least among the societies. When the big man them say, yo, when if we just lift up, I saw it go. And so this type of discourse does not require people to be deflecting. There's somebody who must be held accountable, and they can't just, the response to this embarrassing moment could never be, I work hard, because we all work hard. The finance ministers were telling people who work hard to bite the bullet and stay, and we couldn't raise your salaries. And they were asking for about you get what you pay for. So clearly you're not getting what you pay for. So what you do? Use charity money, and then when them ask about it, you put it back. Hire friends, study. That's the idea of governance and working hard. These are issues that we're supposed to talk about, and I'm not attacking the Prime Minister. I'm simply saying whoever sits it, if you put yourself up for governance, this privacy thing that you're talking about, miss me with all of that. Respectfully.
All right. Look at
Been involved in political life for more than 30 years. Yes, more than 30 years. And I have been elected in this house for 27 years. It always gives me a sense of great pride, but also a sense of humility to consider that, I grew up in a 2-bedroom board house at 56 Cumberland Road, just up from the Grassyard Market in Spanish Town. I don't wear my background as a badge or try to exploit it or exploit my humble beginnings for political sympathy. I don't do it. I don't do it because I believe in working for what you have, regardless of where you come from. And Mr. Speaker, I have worked hard. People just see the achievements. They don't know the hours, the nights, the hard work. They don't know. I have worked hard, wisely, and honestly to achieve whatever I have. I never had a gold spoon, and I have never depended on the public purse.
no.
Never had a gold spoon, but you surely use the charity money.
No, when a politician comes out and says, I have worked hard, long nights, so I say be off with you, because that is what you're supposed to do. You made a voluntary decision to come and provide service to the people, and that is what service requires. It requires an inordinate amount of time spent on taking care of your constituency, and by extension, people of Jamaica, if you're the Prime Minister. So when you come out and say, I work hard and this and that, you get no sympathy from me, because that is what you're supposed to be doing. Let me tell you something. If you did that work as hard as him saying did that work, to take care of the people, as hard as him that work with the money thing right or so, If we don't work as hard, then the people them a compound, people them have a firehouse, the people them a toil, the people them over Cockburn Pen, them wouldn't in the position with them in a right. It'd be much better off if he was working in their interest. I dare say, this is all talk. All talk. Work as hard as you've been working on these things that the Integrity Commission discovered. All of the, well, you know what? Look on this. See my work hard, yeah? Let me show you my work hard. Look on this. 5.8.141 entitled Financial Interplay Between Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media. These are 3 companies owned by the Prime Minister. It says, having regard to the complex interplay between Mr. Holness, Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media, the Director of Investigation examined the intercompany financial transactions and commissioned an independent forensic examination to, among other things, determine the true value of the investments made by Mr. Holness in the 3 associated companies and the source of funds for such investments. Look what I'm finding. The forensic examiner data mined a total of 33 bank statements relating to the 3 companies' account activities within 3 financial institutions, namely NCB, NCBCM, and Barita. The data mining of those 33 bank statements show that, listen to this, people, show that there were 753 deposits into the 9 accounts and 1,607 withdrawals from said accounts. A staggering total of $473 million intercompany deposits and 427 intercompany withdrawals were analyzed. So the money does go so. The money does go so. The money, but look at that. Look at the staggering amount: $473 million. Of course, he made that work hard.
Is that US dollars or Jamaican dollars?
Oh, Jamaican, man, 427 million. It's have to be Jamaican.
Ratty, you never know.
It have to be. It have to be.
But I mean, what I want to know is there a formula then that the Prime Minister can teach the other Jamaicans of how to work hard? Because I've seen my parents work so hard, and many other persons' parents work hard. I see people work hard every day, and I guess every person must work harder, but his hard work pays off because he gets a lot of money, a lot of enrichment. Other people working hard, no enrichment coming. A while ago, a lady named Trenzy came on my live and said, "Me need to go look at work and get some clients."
Yeah, that's fine. She was
on a Saturday. On a Saturday evening.
Yeah, you need to work every day.
Okay.
One quick thing before we do our round table and then we'll take a musical interlude. Let me just show you one quick thing here. And that's why this is another reason why the Integrity Commission is sending this matter over to the Fed. Look at that. It says the DI, the Director of Investigation, highlights that the record submitted for Imperium, company owned by the Prime Minister, and the explanations provided by Mr. Holness to the Integrity Commission do not fully account for the transactions in Table 16 and 17 above. In this sense, Imperium's financial statements and other documentation for 2021 and 2022 do not account for the movement of over $72 million from Positive Media to Imperium, neither in 2021 nor 2022. Likewise, Positive Media's management accounts and other documentation submitted to the Commission do not account for the amounts advanced to Imperium in 2021. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. But the man must say, money doesn't fly all over the place. We can't account for it. Them can't account for it. We can't account for it. So if this is the hard work, then it's certainly paying off for him. But I can tell you, I have people who live at Tower Island compound and not now going for them. Not now going for them. So somebody say my real pata cat. Oh, Kibri. So yeah, that's true. What can go so? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. The more I read this thing, is the more depressed I get when I think about people in Jamaica. Because here it is that you have somebody who's supposed to be looking out for the interests of the people of Jamaica. And it would appear, based on this report, that him spend a lot of time looking about himself. Because Kevin Andre and I said it's difficult. It's difficult. Look, I must have what? 2 accounts. I can't be able to keep up. I'm not run no country. I'm not study for no PhD. And this man have 28 accounts that we know of now. And I say those words were carefully selected, because there's a belief that there are more accounts. There are more accounts. Talk to me, Kevin.
Listen, I like I said, say, I just want the formula. Somebody just write it out and present it to me so that I can see how I can pay for the repair of my car. You know, somebody help me out here, because this is ridiculous. And then you have individuals that are saying, "Hey, listen, where is the criminal activity? Where is the crime?" And a whole bunch of other people are going, "Wait, you don't see it?" And so we have to be asking questions to break down the breakdown. You know, we need to be finding out, how is it that this one company have this much money to move to this other company and it moved back, but yet still nobody can report it, but then another company report zero money. And as it relates to that, they say they made no money because the money that they make them spend or they move it across. I don't know. So there was no profit, I guess. So they declared $0. That's their declaration. They broke even. They put in $20, they take out $20, they have no dollars at the end.
But you have to file. You're required to file because you have.
Them file. Them file and them don't make the money. Them file. No.
The filing wasn't accurate then. Maybe that's what we should say. The filing wasn't accurate.
There you go. But I want the formula. And there's a bunch of people commenting right now that want the formula too, because we are told that we work hard and by the sweat of our brow we shall eat bread. All I can do is smell the bread. And I've been changing my clothes so much because I sweat and I sweat and I sweat and I sweat. All of the sweat, my sweat so much that I don't have no hair left. The sweat on my brow wear out my hair. I can't sweat no more. But I can't eat no bread. Somebody help me.
You're not living in Cuba, Kevin. So don't say you can't eat no bread. It's only in Cuba the bread gone down for rations. Listen, the secret to this type of success, it starts with a minimum of 28 accounts. Challenge me on that.
28 accounts.
Do that and beat me. Yeah.
All right.
I'm struggling in that department.
That's the starting point. So next week, this time, you must update the public as to whether or not you've managed to open 28 accounts, because Christmas are come.
So I opened 28 accounts at $1 each. So I have 28.
Remember to let yourself survive and benefits.
Not twice a year, some of them accounts have activity.
In one instance, 5 years went by with
yeah.
No. Yeah.
If you have the 28 of them, that's the start.
So I need to have 28 empty accounts in order to make $72 million.
At a minimum.
You know something else that came up, and I'm surprised that the didn't handle it in an appropriate manner. They asked the Prime Minister to provide a schedule of his expenses covering the relative period, and he refused. He said, "Me nah go no nothing." And it's in the report. It's in the report. Everything that we are talking about, enough people, and we now make it up. See it right here, so. See it here. It says the DI was not in a position to determine illicit enrichment using their formula. To do so, the DI would need to determine the total amount of funds applied towards the acquisition of wealth or saved over the relevant period. Important piece now. This was not possible as the Director of Investigation was not provided with a schedule of Mr. Holness's expense covering the relevant period. Mr. Holness was requested to provide same, but he refused to do so. No, I don't want to put up the Integrity Commission Act, but it says clearly there that if they ask you for something, whether you're a subject or otherwise, and you refuse, they are authorized to go to court and have a judge compel you to provide that information. So the question I have for the DI is, why didn't they do it in this case?
Because whereas though they requested it, it was not required.
Yeah, but the thing, no, it's required. It's required. And here's why it's required. Once they ask you for it, it's required. Once they say, we need this to complete our investigation and we need this from you, and this information we're asking, it's about you. By the way, under the Integrity Commission Act, you can give them confidential information. You can give them secret information. The only thing that you are prohibited from giving them when they come to you and ask is information concerning a professional privilege. Like if them have to get something from your lawyer or from your doctor or something like that, then that's exempt. Otherwise, you have to give them. You have to give them. So I don't know what's going on here. Where's Andre? You see, I take notes.
Yeah, taking some notes for some rebuttals. But I want to ask this question. Wasn't someone else had the issues? Didn't someone else have issues back then? And the director of, what's her name, Kamika Prince, didn't she rule and charge the person for false declaration?
Yes, that was she ruled and she charged Marissa Dalrymple Philibert.
So if that is the case ruling, then why isn't ruling by her can be used as case law? I mean, I know how she could have do that for Dalrymple, but she can't do that for the Prime Minister.
I said, friend them. I said, why is it that you can't do it for other people, but you can't do it for the Prime Minister?
Well, in relation to Dalrymple, it's possible that there's a vacancy in Pika that had to be filled. And so possibly because there was a rimple in the dimple at Pika, Miss Dalrymple had to leave there so that the wife could get that spot and she go elsewhere because they move around the same pieces. For instance, the most competent commissioner of police, the major, actually, I don't even know if the same name, and I know him have top lawyers too. He left and now he has a big job again.
Yeah, doing resiliency work for Jamaica. And you know what?
It still sound like police work to me, but yeah.
But here's what I was going to tell you. When he was national security advisor, he had something like this under his portfolio.
Yeah.
He had something like this under his portfolio. But you know what I was expecting you to say, Isaac? And they said, why is it, when Andre asked you, why is it that they do it for Dalrymple? You should have said, because there's a Benz involved. But that is an answer.
No. This one. Let me tell you, I want to tell you this. I'm not bringing the Benz during the trial because they're going to ask you to produce the evidence. But what I want, I will raise it like that, you see, because let me tell you something. There are different rules for different people. And some people are irreplaceable and some people aren't.
Can't it just be simply that them no report to Dalrymple? Them report.
No, I mean when you hear in the space, that's why I'm asking, you the pieces that are moving, the movable pieces and the close ties and family relations and stuff like that. I just keep saying this. When you see the Minister of Finance get up and remove himself, like legitimate, let me tell you something. People might have anything to say about the goodly Minister of Constitutional Affairs, but what them can't say anything about her, but what them can say is that she mixed up in any of this. and given her background and her close ties to the judiciary, I suspect that if this trajectory continues, she's gonna remove herself from that whole stage and government and governance. And for those reasons, I'm explaining about how they can remove and who they can't do anything. The real thing is this: if tomorrow the Prime Minister were to resign, I eat that for that party for a very, very long time. So he's gonna hold on as long as he can. But if everybody watched the Titanic, while Jack was holding on, the water got very, 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 very cold, and he had to let go. And then Celine Dion came and sing that song. My heart will go on. And when that happens, you see that, Andre? Your producer need to learn that. You miss it. Pull up. We get some track. Wrong.
Listen, we have
we don't take nothing
45
serious.
minutes left. We have to prepare for Kevin. The practice according to certain people have said. So let me see where my producer put up right as. I know you don't have producer, Andrew. I'm a producer, you know. We never talk about the engagement norms, but that's something we do every week. Look, there's no more dangerous menace to civilization than a government of incompetent, corrupt, or vile men. So true. So true. Here's another one. Malfeasance. Officer, I told you we have no funding for police operations and the money bag. So the money bag there, right, as well? Underneath him thing. Corruption is a cancer that steals from the poor, eats away at governance and moral fiber, and destroys trust. And I think that's what we're looking at right now with this report. I think that's exactly what we're looking at. We have about, see Andra take him notes. Andra, me I'll do a musical interlude. You ever hear about Sammy Jed yet?
Sammy who?
Sammy Jed.
No.
Yeah, Sammy Jed. Oh.
I Sammy dead me here. Me never hear Sammy Dread.
Sammy Dread. If Sammy Dread, but some people call him Sammy. All right. So Sammy did bad in the 70s, you know. I'm doing the song Bad Boy of Fire, I am 16. So man of fire, yes. You don't know that song there? Anyway, it's the Sammy Dread, yeah.
This one special request from Gregory Nick and Sugar Man that you know pass away. Mr. Music, will you please play? So low, I can't get that shit. You get niggas, so you can have the whole world. But if you jaja, say you can have the whole world. But if you jaja, hey! Yeah man, watch me.
Pull that up and come and get right. Pull it up.
So, this one special request from Gregory Nick and Sugar Man that you know pass away.
Yeah, I love that song, man. I love the message.
So low, I can't get that shit. You get niggas, so you can have the whole world. But if you jaja, say you can have the whole world. But if you jaja, hey! Yeah man, watch me. This one is Sugar Man. Say you can have the whole world, but if you jaja, say you can have the whole world, but if you jaja, say you can have just sit and go. So you can have the movements and not like mine. You can have all the pretty girls in this whole wide world. But I never gonna give them. No matter what they say, I never gonna give them. No matter what they say, oh no, oh no. My papa got the whole world in his hand, in his hand. My papa got the whole wide world in his hand, in his hand. My papa got the rich and the poor. He got the young and the old. So what the use of chasing vanity and lose your soul? Cause I think I'm gonna be down. Take it down. That was a spread out with my hands to my brain. Sure. So long, so long. I like that I gave my shade. Ooh, yeah. So long, so long. I like that I gave my shade. Ooh, yeah. I try everything line, but it seems like I like that I gave. That's the way I know. I've got to make it. I have seen and hearing this and that about me. But the things my brain, they just can't stop me. So low, so low, Sunday low. Are you ready? Lord of mercy. Selassie, I love you, man. How you mean? You don't give me one Popeyes every time I come here. How you mean, man? Love you.
Yeah, man. Sammy Jade from Brooklyn, man.
Man, I love that old sugar minot, man. It's a good one. I love it.
See it there, see it there, see it there. We
So
not
you see
much
the
time.
sound clash, the sound clash, a different thing.
Hey, that one they gone out to Goliath, you know. Goliath, that one they gone to, you know. No woman. That one they gone to.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So, all right. Tune for tune. People see it. People are respond. So where we go from here now? Because there's a Barita account as well, where that we didn't even talk about that, where on March 18, 2021, Barita gave the Prime Minister a loan of was it 50 million? Yeah, 50 million by Imperium, get it. And what happened is that you're supposed to have collateral to get the loan. And what the man them find out is that there was no collateral when the loan was issued. So now a referral is made.
So why, if the prime minister of the country company, them going to need collateral?
That's a banking. That's a
collateral. The country is the collateral.
But Kevin, Imperium, take it out. Imperium. Hold on. See it right there, sir. Hold on. Let me pull it up there. See it right there, sir. On March 18, 2021, a loan of 50 million was acquired through Barita Investments by Imperium, a company wholly owned by Mr. Holness. As collateral, the loan was hypothecated on certain shares, a first legal mortgage on land purported to be owned by the borrower, and the assignment of the fire and peril insurance. Here's a key. The Director of Investigations inquiries revealed that at the time of obtaining this loan, Mr. Holness did not own the shares. You, no, let me ask you something. You think you can go a bank and go talk about, me I go own the shares them, but give me the money now. Me I go own the shares later on, and we can just use that. And there were some other violations as well.
Well, it's simple. Give me the money. I'm going to use the money to acquire the shares, and then we'll use those shares as collateral for the loan. And I'm good for it because the country is mine. I'm good for it.
Then them say an insurance policy was supposed to be there, but them never see the assignment of that. They never see the assignment on the loan application. Plus, it wasn't even filed. It wasn't even filed. So it was supposed to be like a secured loan, but it turned out to be unsecured. The intent, they said, that was supposed to be secured with collateral, but it turned out to be unsecured because there was nothing there. Because here's what happened. You see, if the next day the $50 million disappear, they had no collateral. Where am I going to get back their money? You can get a deal like that, Kevin. If you can get a deal like that, tell me where and bring me and introduce me so me can get the same deal.
I'm on my way to getting a deal like this because at this very moment, I am setting up 28 accounts. At minimum. As I'm advised by my legal counsel.
Look, there's so much here to unpack. And folks, what we've given you tonight, we've given you like a summary. We haven't gone into details. We haven't gone into details. Like I said, the investigators, as much as I think that the Integrity Commission is not doing what it should be done, a dear friend of mine this morning from Jamaica, very important person, she sent me something that I need to Rattigan. Well, I never say Ishmael. Ishmael there. Hold on. Where am there? Oh, me not see him. Him run away, me not see him. Ishmael, me not see you. Not see you.
Ishmael gone, man. Oh,
Mark my word.
right, so when it's asking if the report said anything about SSL, is there anything in that report about SSL?
Yes, there is something in there about SSL, and it says that in 2019 he took out his money out of it and he invested it in one of his companies, or invested it in something. But that's it just got a little piece about SSL just to say that him take out his money. But here's the thing. We really can't trace where the money they come from. We really can't trace the money there. Even if you trace it back to a company and you say, okay, we want to know the original source of it. That is one of the problems they're having. Them can't trace the money back to the original source to say, okay, I won the lottery and here is it. Or somebody died and gave me money. Them can't get to that. I mean, them say it right there, that ADMAT, them say, ADMAT, we don't know where this money come from. Go ahead, Andre.
It's looking to see the crowd at somebody send me the link for the diaspora meeting.
Lehman College?
Yeah, but them deliberately keeping the video on the moderator. They're not showing the crowd, they're not showing the audience.
They're counting crowd too?
Huh?
What is it counting crowds thing? Why people have count crowd? What?
No, so apparently they're making sure to zooming on the moderator. So I was hoping that one of our students or many of our students would have been there to create bangarang, but apparently I'm being told that the questions you are to ask the Prime Minister or the panelist would have had to go in prior to the event, so you can't ask him any questions on spot.
After the questions, them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying about IC, I was saying that I have my issues with the Integrity Commission. It's a good institution, but we need more people over there. We need more competent people over there, and we need to refine the law. But a dear friend of mine sent something, and she said, um, not saying you're wrong, but no one entity can adequately combat corruption, against corruption in Jamaica. It needs the full anti-corruption framework with the support of MOCA, Auditor General, FID, media, and citizens to be adequate. And I completely agree with her. Completely agree with her. Also Ishmael, youngster, welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry about that. Just
That cool man, that cool man. I was in the back of the courtroom listening to the lawyers and the evidence, and I was making my reports. You know, I tell you. I'd love to hear from the defendant's side because we've been a prosecute him, so I'd love to hear. Me here say, Andre, where is he? Him there someplace him not even could have come to court.
No,
Can't
busy.
come court. That no look good for your papa. We are trying in their court.
Well, them have something
words are here.
Yeah, them have something called an absentia. So
okay, wonderful.
Them can't run, but them can't escape justice. Because the people are here who are going right now, and I'm sure a lot of them are seeing things for the first time. Because one of the things I could have summarized it and just write it down, but I wanted to show them the document itself. To say, here is the document. If you can get a copy of it, read it. If not, you can see it for yourself right now. That these are things that we are not the ones saying them. All these things. All we are doing, we're echoing the report. We're saying the investigators did all of this research. They did all of this investigations. They collected documents. They interviewed people. They did all of these things, and they compiled it in 100 and the report is actually 171 pages, but
right,
along with the attachment is 177. And say, here's what they put. Here's what they put. And yet I haven't heard anyone come out and specifically say this a lie. This what them say is lie. I haven't heard anyone come out.
You know, you said something that was in the report, and I was listening to it, and for me that took the cake for me. There's a part of the report that said they asked him for additional information, and he refused to give them. So my thinking is, so you're innocent, as you say, and we are saying, all right, since as you're innocent, give us the evidence of you being innocent. And you say, no, me not give nothing. But you're still innocent. Make it make sense.
Let me tell you this, Ishmael. The truth, like Jadan have a song, I said, a name Truth. And then it says, the truth needs no defense.
Mm-hmm.
The man said, oh, I give you nothing because my word is true.
Mm-hmm.
Just like my collateral.
I agree. I agree. So our next thing is, I realize, so you have a country to run, Mr. Prime Minister, and I know you had your schedule set up, but it convenient though, as it drops, so you run Ghana UN and you're Ghana that place that you're speaking at tonight, and you leave your country again for autopilot.
I wouldn't say he has competent ministers to keep up, Ishmael. Oh God.
Emphasize that word there again, Andre. Competent.
Yeah, man. Don't you have Horace Chang? Don't you have?
No.
Okay. They better try make sure them name the day in the 6. That's all me I tell them.
Don't you have Daryl Vaz?
Him better try make sure him name the in the 6. All of them name what you gonna call them better make sure, because the man that I'm supposed to trust with my tax dollars and my future and my kids' future, him name call up in a whole heap of $400 million bangarang. So let me see what for them name I'll come up with. Last year it was a car, now is less than 15% of the nation's budget. Can you think a little bit of money that could have run the country for like one good 3 months, Rattigan? Kevin, that could have run the country, You think a little bit of money this way I talk about?
I just want the formula. That's all I want. Keep
Yeah,
the money.
man.
Give me the formula.
But you know
go
what?
make a trade-off with him. Tell me the formula to make all Jamaicans rich, like how you're rich, and we're good. That's a trade-off. We're not saying we're going to forget what you're doing now. We're not saying we're going to forget, because them still going to investigate you. But your intention is to make sure that all Jamaicans are fine. So if all Jamaicans are fine, give it the formula. Right? So if you give it the formula so the whole are rich, then we're good. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me ask Andre that question because Andre at one point was affiliated with the Prime Minister
not with his finances.
Hold on, man. Hold on, you ball out, so.
Not with the finances.
Me gonna ask you a policy question. A policy question. Me gonna ask you. You say I've watched his what's it convention? Not the what them call it conference speeches, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on one of them he said that, look, this is all about prosperity, and the mandate of the JLP is to move people up from poor class to middle class and upper class, and him preach this prosperity. But he's not teaching the prosperity, and this goes to Kevin's point, saying, "Give me the formula." Now, what do you make of that? That him just come out and was this just word that fly out of mouth, or because I mean, you knew him better than anybody else on the panel. So, was it something him just said? Is it someone who's given to empty promises? Or we just peg him wrong?
I believe what at the time he was presenting were bread and butter issues that most people could relate to or wanted to achieve. People wanted greater economic gains. People wanted financial prosperity. People wanted educational mobility. So he spoke the language of the day, so it could have resonated with the ordinary or the common man. But speaking it doesn't mean that he had a resolution or the formula for everyone. So having the discussion is one, but having the appropriate ingredients to carry us there is another. So he was just being a master politician, responding to the cries then of the people.
I've asked this question. I'll ask this question. The question I'm about to ask you a while back. I'm going to see if you answer this. For a moment, let's say that you're the advisor, chief principal advisor to the Congress. And you come with you and say, boy, Andre, I'm in trouble. And you say, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm saying, Andre, I'm depending on you. Give me your best advice how to get out of this and still maintain my grip on the party and my leadership of the country.
And I said to you then, which I'm going to say to you now, Honorable Prime Minister, the people have lost confidence in you. To save the little reputation that you still have, respectfully walk from the politics. I'm sure that is what I said then, and I'm saying it now.
That's exactly what
and if I recall, it wasn't as bad as it is now.
True.
Prime Minister, you go as far as use the people's charity money to enrich your personal gains. Respectfully, sir, pack up. Go on. Make the people bow, and I will say just bow out gracefully like how the Honorable Bruce Golding did then.
Next question is replacement. He's bowing out. He says, okay, I'm going to go. Who do you think should replace me?
That is a hard one, because right now it's Spear Alibaba. So I don't know how you're going to find his replacement. There's not much option right there now. I think the caucus of the labor rights would have had to sat amongst themselves and see who is the right person to replace them. But I'm not seeing any replacements as we speak, and I'm actually being honest. Had Nigel Clark stayed, we could have said, we could probably use a Nigel Clark, but where we are now, I don't really see much persons who could.
Should be waiting for that. You have a replacement for him. Would you ask first? Would you ask him to leave? And if the answer is yes, please get him.
I'm not hearing Mr. Rattigan.
Oh, you can't hear me? Mic check.
And then the replacement cannot be named until the other 7 have been identified. You can, because I could say a name now, and when I look, I hear that other one is so. It's hard to you understand where I'm coming from, gentlemen. We cannot find a replacement until we have identified the other 7.
Is Jamaica safe? Jamaica safe.
Pardon me?
Is Jamaica a safe?
You're cutting
Gone out again. You're gone out again, Rattigan. Your mic must have gone out.
Kevin, you can't hear me, Kevin?
Yeah, man. Careful in a Rattigan. It's not like you're power the Prime Minister too much. They just start blame people. But go on.
Jano. Go on.
No. My question was is because you consider Jamaica a safe place? Because I know people were over the last 2 weeks, several people have approached me and said, well, I want to go up my ear, say it's not safe. And I said, look, I can't tell you it's safe that you should go. Ask somebody else. Because I don't want them to go down there and then something happen to them and them say, me tell them say it's safe and them forgot. So in your opinion, let me start with Andre and then we'll move over to you, Ishmael, since both of you are on the ground in Jamaica. Is Jamaica a safe place for somebody to come and invest and live? One, is Jamaica a safe place for a Jamaican national to come and vacation? Not talking about an American who will stay in a resort. Andrea said, "Me know say it's not safe."
It is a complex state, but if you traverse with your security or have a little gangster beside you, it should be good.
Is that a legal gangster?
So we get them the Andre, we get them gangster there beside you.
Lord of His mercy.
Call Ishmael.
I'm asking, Prezi, is that a legal gangster or a gangster?
I say, something tough.
Or call on the services of Mr. Finzi Smith to escort them around Jamaica.
All right.
I said Mr. Smith.
All right. So personally, given that, so I live, and Rattigan knows, I was born and I still live in one of the most popular inner city communities in the country, and that is, and I'm not afraid to say, that is Waterhouse. I won't tell you that violence isn't a part of the things that we have to maneuver in the community as well as in the country. I will never tell you that. But what I will tell you is that as Jamaicans first, whether you live here or abroad, we have this innate ability to be, one, resilient, and two, adaptive. I don't think I used that word properly. Our ability to adapt as things come up. We have that as Jamaicans. So I will tell you that yes, crime is rampant, but I will never tell you that it is not safe enough for you to come home. Things will happen, but I cannot tell you that it's as far as to say if you come today, tomorrow you will be in problems. Why? The truth is, if you come today and somebody recognize you or somebody don't recognize you, they will attempt to befriend you and they take a money off of you. Because the truth is them broke and them want food too. So if you want a beer, then we tell us that the beer are $2,000 when the beer are really $800. Or the beer are really $500 because them want $1,500 can buy something for themselves and them youth. So that will happen. But I won't say it is not safe, because the truth is most of the crimes that are happening are linked. Most of the crime. The only crimes that aren't linked are the crimes that involve robbery. So if it's a robbery, it's because the truth is a man broke, him can't get no work that will feed him adequately and feed him and him friend and him youth them adequately. So them thief, and it's the truth. The next thing is the cyber crimes. You know, you have the local youth them where I try liaise with the banks to you know, try to siphon as much money out of the system as they can. You know, but I can tell you, it is not as hard as you think. If you have a little food pan you, you're safe. That is the truth. If you have a little food pan you and you're not mean, you're safe. I'm not gonna tell you, say, even if you're mean, them not go try to take it from you. No, they won't. What they will do is they will depart from you. So if you bucket to a road, they must say, the mean boy, Mr. Rattigan, man. Make him go, man, because him too mean. He could have given me $200 and him not give me nothing. Sort of thing. However, if a few people you see, because the truth is, Jamaicans are always also very, very, very friendly and thoughtful people, as long as they look out for them too. Right? So yeah, man. So I think that it is a balancing act, but it is not unsafe as long as you are your brother's keeper. That's what I'm sure of. Because I can tell you right now, if I go to a road barefoot, somebody gonna look at me and say, JP, Wagwan, MP, Wagwan, oh, you're there road barefoot. Go put on one slippers, man. I don't want to joke in your foot. Sort of thing, you know? Those simple things. Because the set of people that would say that is because they know that if anything, I will have their backs. And they're willing to do that for a stranger, in the hopes that that stranger will look out for them too.
Okay. Gotcha. We used to frequent Waterhouse too, you know. My grandparents live at the top of Savagery Road. And
Savagery Road, eh?
Yeah, man.
That's
One
it.
Savagery Road. And I used to play a ball at the top of Bishop Avenue. Leave from
that
school.
little
Yes.
thing there on the side there, so yeah, man.
Yes. Used to play ball right there, so yeah, man. I never lived in Waterhouse, but used to visit there quite often.
In the reports on what's going on at the Lehman Center in Bronx, Andre, because somebody just called me and said that it's being live streamed. The problem is that they just focus not on the crowd but on the stage.
Yeah, he said that.
That's what I told you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
What is the link? Come on, see it for myself. Come and understand how my prime minister
have it on JS website. The honorary council is in a green jacket talking.
So OJ is a show, and no man, I want to see my prime minister.
That's right.
Then I get the introduction for Rattigan girlfriend.
I need to run off a little bit early today. I have a little bit of extra spice to put in the Saturday stew. I need to sort out some things. Gentle people, much love. Catch y'all at 8 o'clock on Reggae Global Radio for the Saturday stew, where the vibe continues. And I'm going to go and warm up and practice because I have a big thing coming up on October 6th, you know. Ratty set me up
And remember the people in the diaspora who wants to support me next week, Friday. It's my first in a series of food pop-up kitchen. So if you want to reach out to me, you know my numbers for 865 4587 or 995-5301 is the first in my series. I'm doing a monthly pop-up kitchen. Hopefully, I will be able to acquire a food truck to go around the island so everybody can meet the teacher. I have fried fish. I have steamed fish. I have mango jalapeno pork. I have sorrel pig's tail. I have a chili roasted fire chicken. I have curry
like
goat.
gourmet.
There is shrimp pasta, chicken pasta. There's stern cornmeal, roasted sweet potato, bami steamer, fried roast, breadfruit, fried breadfruit. There's a vegetarian option of a curry pumpkin pineapple ragu. And then you get a complimentary natural juice with your meal. So if you want, you can reach out to me. If not, and you're in the diaspora and you want to support the homeless people, you can reach out to me and buy 1 or 2 meals. All right? Yes.
Run the number there again, Andre. You know what, Andre, may we talk.
146281. That is for the diaspora.
Throw it on the chat. Throw it on the chat. Put it on the chat.
Put it in the chat. Yeah, go ahead. Type it in the chat.
No, Andre number.
Where's the flyer? Where's the flyer, Andre? Where's the flyer?
Me have to send it to me. Mr. Rattigan not have it, but Mr. Rattigan, me not talk everything, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
Nobody with a foolish man, Andre. Nobody with it. Nobody with it. Nobody with it. Nobody with it.
May I send it to Mr. Rattigan?
Please, yeah, man. That you have to say. That you have to say. Yeah, people listen. The truth is, Jamaica is at a crossroads now, and just this week, I was talking to somebody young and a youngster, and it bothers me because the sentiment is still, boy, if him a thief, what we for do? We not must have a thief too. That's why I not like politics. That is the sentiment on the ground now. See why I not like politics? Prime Minister a thief, so me must can thief too. That is the sentiment. And I keep saying, you know, politics is one of the greatest ways we know to effect change, because it's not like you can't effect change, but it will be small scale. But if we're talking about a grand scale in terms of people's lives and livelihood, politics is the way, the medium we use. But then is to get that message to them, because the truth is, I still believe in the system. It's just that the vanguards of the system are thief.
See, I put up the numbers there, guys. So
Kevin have the thing.
yeah. But if you guys really want to support, man, you can reach out and let me know.
Percy, we are winding now. So, anything you want to say?
Yes, sir. Well, first and foremost, want to thank all the supporters, and we're going to make the document that we went over available on the website in short order. So we want you guys to just stay put. Remember, the goal of OJLDF is to educate you, and this is why we try to have these conversations. And I want to, remind you guys that people like Andre and Isaac are working hard to educate you, and we want you to focus on the truth and focus on how we deliver information. And as you see, this is not speculation, it's not any kind of make believe or conjecture. What we're talking about is actual facts. We're showing you tangible proof, and we want you to be empowered so that you can address these conversations when they come up. So as we land the plane this evening, we just want to remind you that is why we're here, and that is why it is important that you continue to support us. Now, the fundraiser coming up on October 7th, we want you guys to be a part of it. Want to make sure that you keep your money. We're going to be revamping our accounts and making some changes to the website just to accommodate that day. So we want it to be seamless. So when you come out to donate at that fundraiser, we want it to be so simple, one click, and we're also working so you can even use your Apple Pay. So just use Apple Pay and just make the donation right then and there. So it is seamless. So it is really, really, really just easy. And we expect it to be a wonderful evening, and we expect you to be a part of it. So just keep focusing on what's important, which is good information and things that we can work with so we can bring accountability to the government. And finally, everyone, again, we still encourage you to like and to share the video and to subscribe. When we look at the analysis, when we look at the reports from the visitor log and the viewership, it is kind of like half and half. Half of you are subscribed and half of you are not. And we do get it that some people just pop in, but they don't really want to get them name kind of tag or associated with, because maybe, you have somebody else who might think that, our ideology is not, where you want to align yourself with. But we do encourage you to still help us, help you, because the reason why you keep coming is because you trust what we're doing and you appreciate how we deliver information. So please subscribe and hit the like button, and that is how YouTube kind of helped this video get discovered. So we want to thank you for that, and we appreciate all your support. Will.
In relation, I'm happy you said like and subscribe, guys. So this is a huge community, and it's off that background that I have to say. Remember, support for support. So it's Ishtonio on TikTok and Ishtonio on Instagram. That's ISHTONIO on TikTok and Instagram. And just allow
Put it in the chat, Ishmael. Put it in the chat.
Also, tomorrow, I know Will knows this, but tomorrow is Waterhouse Vibes. So while the court is in session, on the outside we're having a discussion, and that discussion is in the form of Waterhouse Vibes. I'd love for members of the prosecution team to be a part of that discussion outside tomorrow.
You can't tell us from now. Not available.
Me know you have church. Me know, man. You never tell me. So yeah, man. So it's important for us to spread the information as wide and as far as we can. And a part of that series is, stretching our hands as far as we can. Also, everybody, I know that you know somebody in Jamaica. I know the diaspora. You guys, you have families back home. So it's in that regard, I'm going to ask you to call them and make them know, listen, this election is not no play thing. Make sure you have your ID. Make sure that when I call you on election day, your finger is inked. I'm not telling you who to vote for. You want to vote for thief, you want to vote for whatever, anybody you want to vote for, just vote. That is important. I don't want to know 36%.
How does the enumeration process? Remind them about the enumeration process.
Okay. So the enumeration process is very simple. You go to the closest EOJ office, which is the Electoral Office of Jamaica.
In your constituency.
The closest one to you. The closest one where you live, you go to that office. And after you go to that office, you produce your birth certificate and let them know that you want to be added to the list. We call it the fancy term enumeration. If you live in Waterhouse and its environs, you go to Duhaney Park. If you live at Portmore, you go up on the mall. If you live downtown, you go to Duke Street.
A tree place in a Portmore. You have one over the mall, you have one at Greater Portmore, and you have one Cedar Grove, at 3 different places in a Portmore.
Okay.
And you only have to use you only can use a birth certificate, you can't use a passport, or you can't use other
no,
form
your birth
ID.
certificate. The birth certificate is what you have to.
Only the birth certificate.
It's the first form of identification, because the truth is your passport is not a form of identification.
But my biometrics is not on my birth certificate.
Can you live a foreign boss?
No. I have a Jamaica birth certificate. It's easy. When we say biometric, my picture is not on it. My picture is not on it.
Yeah, man.
And it's just my
and that is information too. A lot of people they really do, a lot of people use the passport, because broke body, they use the passport as a form of identification, but your passport is a travel document. It is not supposed to be used as a form of identification. What we do is that we use it and we allow people to use it, because we know enough people not interested to get the form of ID. But your first form of identification is your electoral ID.
Electoral ID.
Can I come to Jamaica and enumerate?
Yes, man. Yes, you can. You can. If you have a residence in Jamaica, you can come and you can get enumerated.
Have a residence, you mean like own a place, or what do you mean by when you say have a residence? Or what if someone say me I stay with you and I go enumerate?
If you have a Jamaican birth certificate, you can be enumerated. That's all you need.
Okay.
You should, however, the EOJ's Act says you should reside for 6 months for a year. But the EOJ
that's classified as voter fraud.
Them have something.
No, I don't want to be regarded as a prime minister, so let me just yield.
Ishmael, you know about Roper. So, and I think Roper said that you have to be
residing for at least 6 months to a year. So if it is that you have, that's why I say if you have an address here, you can use, you can get the ID.
So see the man now beat down your door.
Well said, sir. Well said.
So, all right, we could just close up this thing. And how about who want to make the closing statement? Somebody have to make a closing statement. We did the opening. Who want to do the closing? Andre, Isat, Ishmael, Prezi, Kevin Gahn.
Isat has been out for almost half hour, so I think he should do the closing.
Okay.
But that's exactly why I shouldn't do the closing, because I don't know what was happening in the last half hour.
Well, the last half hour we were just talking about random things in Jamaica. So
like random things like what? In closing?
In closing.
The substance ended when you left.
No, I mean what I will say in closing is about the way forward. Naturally and rightfully so, what is before us is what we have been talking about for at least more than a year now. An election is near, probably closer than one would think in light of the happenings. We look forward to the names of the remaining 7 or possibly the 8 persons who are being investigated for a really true this time illicit impeachment, and hope that the Integrity Commission will spell out for those persons in light of the confusion that has happened from the releasing of the report on the Prime Minister. Write to them and say, you, sir, for the avoidance of doubt, you're being investigated for illicit enrichment. So their lawyers can come out and say, them never know. And then drop it like it's hot, like a bombshell. And then we move forward from there. The true question is, as a nation, are we okay with our leaders going in spaces, among other leaders, with this dark cloud of illicit enrichment and conflict of interest over their heads? And is it sufficient to be bullying people and threatening people to say don't talk about us when the Constitution says otherwise, in terms of disseminating information, freedom of expression, and you put yourself out as a leader, it should be harmless. In fact, I don't get up and I'm not like Mr. Rattigan, where ministers and stuff like that defame me and I actually sue them. I won't instruct right Mr. Rattigan to sue anybody. And so I think that and always have them in problems. I make them lose them little information work and these things and stuff like that. But anyway, let me mind my business where that is concerned. But to in closing, to really say that somebody said closing date. Oh, the closing date for the enumeration is the 30th of September. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for this phase. The next phase begins on August 7.
No, October 7.
October 7. Thank you.
Right.
So September 30 is phase 50. Phase 51. So phase 52 begins on October 7. Thank you, Andre. This
And will the
phase 51 begins October 7th. We're now at phase 50.
So phase 51 will allow persons to participate in the next general election if there's
it will.
If it's called 7 months after you are registered, you can make the list. So hope him not call it because of this, and I don't think he will. A lot of people say February, but I don't think he will. I think he will go the long haul and call it in the summer of next year.
I like how you really think him gonna remain there.
Yeah, man.
I would have seen after the Tivoli excursion, or whatever them call incursion, say excursion. What a thingy. The prime minister resigned and they found a new prime minister, which is now this prime minister. So notwithstanding overwhelming support, the support is only to prevent a no confidence vote in the Senate and the House. But that doesn't preclude the man himself from saying, listen, this might be too much for a party and I'm going to step away. In light of that, many other things may happen. So I'm just saying that the clarity that you're saying, if he decides to call it, as if you're so certain that he will remain the prime minister, is interesting. One wonder. I mean, I've seen in the past when the sheriff comes to town and tells a man to pack him bags and go, them usually go. So
about 9 years ago in 2016, when the elections were called, something happened, and I think it happened for the best for all that is involved as it relates to Jamaica. There is this video, I'm not sure if you guys remember it. On the night of elections, there is this man that came on news and said he is a PNP and he will never change. But he thinks that this government will be in power for a long, long time. I don't know if you remember that video. Fast forward a long, long time now. Because this government has, in fact, been in power for a long time. And if they hadn't been in power, we wouldn't know that they are what they are portraying to us now. So I'm actually happy it happened. Because now we know that in order to keep our representatives true, we need to continue to talk and we need to participate in processes, not just about being voting in elections. We also need to file our ATIs, right, ISAT? We also need
is Mr. Rattigan must file them. It's only him.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. ISAT need to continue to challenge.
Yeah, but listen, somebody says, no, we can't get over this. Creative Mind says, I will buy you KFC for 1 month straight if Andrew step down. I'm going to call him personally because I want some free KFC.
Let me just say that just say a few words and then leave the last word to Prezi. I don't know where Andre is if he's coming back, but let me just say thanks to everyone for showing up today and just going through the process with us. It's like pulling teeth at times because it's just, you're just looking at document after document after document or pages of the same document. And sometimes that can be a little bit tedious, but we wanted to bring the information to you so that you can see it as it's documented by the Integrity Commission and not my interpretation of what the Integrity Commission said. So I just want to thank you again for spending a Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening with us, because there are lots of things you could be doing wherever you are, but you've chosen to be with us. We greatly appreciate that. Don't forget to join the Rebel tonight at midnight. If you love soul music, 60s and 70s, there's no place in the world you should be but at Reggae Global Radio, listening, dancing with, reminiscing with Rebel. So midnight tonight, Reggae Global Radio. Next thing is Integrity Commission. Big thanks to the Integrity Commission for what they do. I still have issues with the way they conduct business, based on personnel, funding, even procedures. But you have to give credit where credit is due. This was a well-intentioned, and it was a very comprehensive product. Like I said, you can always find things to say, well, why they never do that? But the important thing is that they did a magnificent job with whatever they had. And so my complaints about them, I'll just put that to the side and just say kudos to what you've done. You've done the Jamaican people.
Proud.
Absolutely
proud.
Yeah.
A lot of persons are asking whether or not, if they voted as far back as 2026, if they need to be on the new voters list. No, you're already on the voters list. You probably don't have the most recent voter ID. However, once them go in them black book, they should be able to find you and you should be able to vote.
All right.
And remember, if you're in
oath number 11, you will take oath number 11 when you go into the polling station. It doesn't take long.
And remember, if you're a Portlander and you're in East Portland, please,
the minister.
I don't know what Ishmael talking about. But if you're a Portlander and you're in East Portland, reach out to me. Reach out to me. I never say reach out to Mr. Buchanan. Reach out to Andre Stevens.
You can reach out to me too.
Well, but reach out to me, Portlanders. I'm creative. No, I can't say, but I need to talk to the Portlanders. All right? East Portlanders residents, I'm asking you to reach out to me and you should be good. All right?
Don't go anywhere, Andre, because you have to make a closing. I'm just finishing up mine. So again, big up to the integrity and all the supporters. We need at this point to get people involved. It's not enough for the report to come out, because you know what's going to happen. They're going to push back against the report, and I find that the Integrity Commission people, they're way too nice, and so they'll put out a statement, and it's a very well crafted statement, but it doesn't. They don't feel the effects that they should. If you go after them with courage, and just everything. So, Integrity Commission, big up on yourself, but go after people, get involved.
I'm making a call equally for members of the Integrity Commission to have the highest level of security.
Right.
Based on what happened last year, I don't want them to be targeted. So I'm asking for the JCF to give them high level security.
And I'm asking for I'm asking for anyone on the commission or any one of the directors to give me a call and come on the program next week, because the The report has been tabled, so everybody can talk about it now. There is no more gag order. Something can talk now. So I'm gonna reach out to them and say, listen, you need to come on the program and we have a serious discussion about what's going on. Prime Minister, sir, I think you presented a credible, a very powerful case against you in terms of the failure to file and the acquisition of assets that they said that they don't match up with your salary. I think the report stands on its own. It doesn't need any other support because the only thing missing from the report, the documentation, the interviews that they did, and the bank records. I wish we had those. They should have sent them out, but reasons best known to them, they didn't send them. But I think, Mr. Prime Minister, when you reflect, in your quiet moment, when you reflect, I think you have no choice but to admit that you have been skating on thin ice for quite some time. The ice that you're falling into deep waters. So you will have to find a way to get to it and say you make your bed, you have to sleep tonight. And
I have one question though. One
Mhm.
question. Is it safe to say that the Prime Minister was one of the 8 being investigated for illicit enrichment?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Very clear from the report.
Okay. Because him run out and not talk about whatever in I'm lawsuit business. So you know.
No, that's just look. It's you just have to say something. You have to say something.
Okay.
But we want to not throw in the chat, guilty or not guilty. We've presented the case, and so that's where.
Jury.
So I'll turn it over now to Andre, and then Mr. President just wrap up the things. Andre, you're up.
Jamaica, we're at a crossroad, and as a people, we must remember that we have the power to make change. And I talk 7 days a week for an entire year, or for years, to make that change. I'm imploring you all in Jamaica who's listening to my voice to get enumerated. I'm saying to those in the diaspora, if you can't vote, you can influence who lives here as family members to vote. So I'm an assignment today to everyone who has a family member. If you're in the diaspora and you have a family member here, to encourage them to get enumerated. If you want to talk to me about the enumerated process, sure, I can reach out to me. But this man is not going just like that. It will take hands, hearts, alliances being formed to put an end to this tyrannical leader. So the tyrannical rule will come to an end when all of us come together and do it. So until then, Jamaica, I see you tomorrow. I'm not keeping any show tonight. I'm tired. I have some work to get done for me. I have a lot on my plate now, Jamaica. Not little bit of work. I have plenty work to do and more to come. So I have to organize myself. So thanks for having me here. And you'll definitely see me tomorrow night. I might have a very interesting guest for the program tonight. I'm asking you all to join me. All right? Thank you.
All right.
Before Isaac speak, everybody please remember Food Fiesta Friday, September 27th. So you're talking about next week, Friday. Pre-orders only. I know some of you like to wait last minute, but please just call and get your thing from now.
Yeah, because the last day for the fiesta is the 24th to do your pre-order.
All right, you hear that? So anybody in the Kingston 6 area and the surrounding area, please, you know the number 865-4587 or 995-5301. And one more number. Right, I want you harder, I want
426-2281.
It's same one. 426-2281. 426-2281. So you have to tell her which one of the food them nicer. So when after the food fiesta, we need to tell her which one of them the nicest. All right. But we have our learned friend, the great Isaac Buchanan, big youth. So hey, I like that. Big youth. That go together. So ladies and gentlemen, and soon to be councilman, I go again. But nonetheless, Isaac Buchanan, what do you want to say to the people as it relates to integrity? Because I know that is something that is big on you, and a lot of people, know that you have been on both sides of the fence, and you've been there and done that. But as Patrick Stewart says, ethics is knowing the difference between what you have on or a right to do, what you have a right to do, and what is the right thing to do. You know that. And just like that, educate us as we face this thing with our Prime Minister as it relates to enumeration and get voted so that we can make a change in the country.
I will just say one thing. Integrity is internal locus of control. What is that? The ability to do that which is right, even when there's no one around. No pontification, no pandering, no PR, no public stunting. If the cookie jar is open and no one is around, you don't put your hand in the cookie jar if you're not supposed to. That is the integrity that we all have to strive for in our daily lives and how we deal with people. We are not going to advance as a nation, a great nation that we have, if the least among us is left out. We have an administration, notwithstanding all of this that's coming forth, that had left the people out. They left the people out for 2 terms with a promise that they might get to you this time around. People must not be selfish, but the utilitarian concept going into the next general election is to give another government a chance to intercept all of this stuff until there is clarity, including the people who don't wish to step aside because they have more time to ratify actions that obviously, as it is right now, are not above board and is absent of integrity, honesty, and probity. So for me, that's what it is. Integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. Increase your internal locus of control, your inside conscience. When we were small and watch cartoon, the devil would appear on one shoulder, the angel, and they would fight it out and whatever happens. But we need to get back to that. Increase your imagination and do the right thing. God on time. That's it.
God on time. So
Yes.
folks, that's where we're going to leave it. So we'll catch up again soon. Tonight, midnight, relax with the Rebel. Until then.
All right, till then. Take care, Ishmael.
Ishmael, Isaac, big up on yourself. People in the chat, people watching from home or wherever. Thanks for tuning in. We'll talk soon.
Bless you.
All right.